Good afternoon, everyone. We are officially starting our April 7th regular city council meeting. Madam City Clerk, can I please have roll called?
Councilmember Warren?
Here.
Councilmember DeForest?
Here.
Councilmember Stone? Mayor Pro Tem Holliday?
Here.
Mayor Lavelle?
Here.
Let the record reflect all members are present with the exception of Councilmember Stone with an excused absence.
Thank you very much. I've asked Councilwoman DeForest to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you can remain standing for the invocation by Pastor Larry Bogardus from Promise Christian Church.
You please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to be here as a pastor in the city of Murrieta to pray for those of you on the church council and for all those who serve the city of Murrieta. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for these council members who are your instruments. I ask you to bless the council and all those who serve our city of Murrieta. Give them wisdom for the complex decisions in front of them and wisdom to balance the pressing needs of the city and the limitations because of the budget. Lord, give your leaders practical solutions to the growth, the education, the public safety, and the business needs of our community. Above all else, Lord, we ask that you would bless all of those who are in leadership in our city. Give them hearts, humble hearts, servants' hearts, to be sensitive to the needs of all of those in our community. It's in the name of Jesus Christ, our risen Savior, that we pray. Amen.
All right, we're gonna start this off on a bittersweet note with the recognition and a proclamation of retirement for Leah Kolick. I guess we're not doing that. She can't retire yet, right? Oh, is it traffic? Okay. All right. So we'll just pause. We'll move on, and when she walks in, we'll make her feel real uncomfortable. Okay. All right. Let's go to the first one I have on here. Got to turn the page. Let's do a proclamation for DMV Donate Life Month. Erica, would you like to come up? Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Oh.
You want to read it first, or you want me to
Yes.
speak?
DMV Donation Life Month, California Month. Whereas organ tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and whereas more than 103,000 individuals nationwide and more than 23,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. And on average, 17 people die each day while waiting due to shortage of donated organs. And whereas a single individual's donation of heart, lungs, liver, kidney, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal lives of more than 75 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 people in need. And whereas organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year, any person can register to be an organ, eye, tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. Whereas being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency, whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying or renewing for their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Whereas over 15 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 26, 2026 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the city of Murrieta, signed on this day, April 7th, 2026, by myself and the entire city council.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Erica Haranek. I am a One Legacy ambassador, one of the local ones. There's about 7 of us. One Legacy is the Donate Life, the organ procurement organization for 7 counties in Southern California. We're the liaison between 200 hospitals and 8 transplant centers. We are one of the largest organ procurement organizations nationwide. A little bit about myself. I wouldn't be here without an organ donor. Most of you know I'm a heart transplant recipient, and I'll go in a little bit more detail about that. But on behalf of One Legacy, we would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation for the city of Murrieta for issuing this DMV Donate Life Month proclamation declaring April as Donate Life Month. You have no idea what an impact this platform has. Never fails. After every single city council meeting, donor families are reaching out to me, recipients are reaching out to me, and especially those who are on that list in our area waiting for a life-saving organ. They appreciate the fact that you guys are helping to spread that awareness for the need. It's incredible. In fact, I've just done 3 other city council meetings and I've already heard from 10.
Wow.
This is our area, just Southwest Riverside County. As a One Legacy ambassador allows us to get, I'm a volunteer. I do this out of the goodness of Dylan's heart. We get into the cities, making that awareness. We get into the DMV because those who are registering, when you go to renew your driver's license, you get the little question about, do you want to be an organ donor? We want to help clarify facts about that. We do a lot of community events, a lot of health fairs. We now get into the high schools because most teenagers are now wanting to get their driver's license, and then when they go fill out the form, they don't know what it is. So we just get in there to educate, just so they know what it is, so that when it's time to fill out the form, they can make an educated choice. You know, a little bit of connection about my story. I'll try and keep it in summary. I've been in this area since 1989, so I've seen some tremendous growth for the good as far as like hospitals and medicals and things like that. With my family, raising my family. I also been a teacher in the Lake Elsinore Unified School District. That was for about 20 years. But I'm better known now as a heart attack, LVAD, heart transplant, 3-stroke survivor warrior. All events occurred in a little over a 1-year period, all debilitating. I was blind, I was confined to a wheelchair, I couldn't move. And some of the key factors were, it was a very traumatic experience. I'll keep a lot of the details out of it. But because of Dylan being an organ, eye, and a tissue donor, he registered when he was 16. He was in a tragic car accident. It was April of this month. He passed April 16th. It was on Easter in 2017. He was in a little car accident, but while they were waiting for a tow truck and the traffic backed up, a truck actually had to be somewhere, and went zipping down the emergency lane, hit his car at 65 miles an hour. So that was kind of a bittersweet moment, but he was my match, and that's the key thing right here. Just because you're a registered organ donor doesn't mean you will be a match. You know, we're hearing of 15 million registered donors. Not all 15 million people are passing away to be a donor, and I'll get to the data later that'll show you how it works. But I'm thankful that he became my match because he saved 5 lives and 213 tissue samples. Tissue samples being ACLs, heart valves. A lot of people are doing the TAVR procedure for heart valve replacement, dental implants. All that comes from donors. So it's something that people don't realize, especially in Southwest Riverside County. So yeah, I get to celebrate, for me, 9 years post-transplant on the 19th because I got the heart a couple days after he passed. So it's a bittersweet moment. I did meet his mom. She got to hear his heartbeat. So we do a lot together. She is also One Legacy ambassador for Long Beach. So we do a lot of speaking events together. We do a lot of medical symposiums. I get in there with the cardiac symposiums, stroke symposiums, and things like that to keep the doctors encouraged to do what they do. But to make it a little more relevant, let's look at the data. On the left side of the slide, is nationwide in California, and on the right-hand slide is related to One Legacy and more specifically Southwest Riverside County. So 49,000 transplants were done nationwide. That's 1,000 more than the previous year. So nationwide, we're seeing a bigger increase. California did 5,179 transplants, but that's about 100 less for the past 2 years. So we're not increasing. California is actually decreasing. The wait list for California, like you said, is 23,000. Right now, active on deck is what we call it, 19,914 on it. The rest are on the list, but on standby because maybe they're sick or they're not ready quite there yet, but they are on the list. There's 108,000 on the waiting list on deck for nationwide. So you can see how it breaks down from nationwide to the state. Now, One Legacy is 7 counties. You're talking Riverside, LA, Orange County, Ventura County. There's a map up there of all the counties. The only county we're not is San Diego County. We did 1,949 transplants, which is up for us, for this county. So Southern California stepped up. They totally, doctors are making the call, people are registering to be donors. Out of that, let's break it down to Southwest Riverside County. Those are your hospitals: Menifee Global, Inland Valley, Rancho Springs, Loma Linda, Murrieta, and Temecula Valley Hospital. You can see we saved 38 lives. This is just in our area. So out of the 748 One Legacy, 38 of them came from Southwest Riverside County. Lives healed was 4,000. That's incredible. 4,000 people in our area got healed, and 59 got their sight restored. That's crazy. Because when I'm down here in '89 and I started having my health issue in 2016, you're lucky if there was maybe one donor. And recipients have to live normally near their transplant centers. And where are they located? LA. So people couldn't live out here. And because if we've expanded and seen the area, we are being definitely supported. So I really appreciate the fact that by using this platform, we actually see a double in March, April, and May of organ and tissue donation registration. So if you're not a donor registration, you're thinking about it, please do. I do want to share another little reason why I'm doing this. I do this out of the goodness of my heart because of Dylan, but something happened at a health fair a couple months ago at a hospital where there's probably hundreds of vendors. We all have the same identical tents. There's nothing identifying us to be unique except for our own table. And we had a bunch of nurses coming out and public coming out. Everyone's going, attending this thing. And we know a lot of the nurses and doctors. And as I'm standing behind the table, I got wind that there was actual an active donor happening in the hospital, which doesn't matter to me, pertain to me, because I'm doing the health fair. But I like to meet with the nurses, and I'm reading LVN, RN, BSN, all these people, lab techs. And then all of a sudden, this couple came up, and they specifically wanted to talk to me. And I noticed that people weren't standing in line anymore. I saw an arc behind this couple. It was a donor family. They came out, they heard there was a heart transplant recipient, and their loved one was a high schooler who wasn't making it, he was going to be an organ donor. And they weren't, you could tell they had been crying, but the look of hope. So the worst day of their life, they came to see me because they wanted to see what their loved one could do for others, for hope. And I'll never forget that. So I do this for them. I do this for all the other donor families. And I just hope that some of you might consider being a registered organ donor. If not, at least share the awareness about it and the importance, because like with me, I didn't know I need one. I did not have a history. I just got sick as a teacher. I had every illness at once, and it just killed my heart. It just happened that fast. You just never know. So some of you notice, I brought my pig. My students were essential in my recovery. I had students from 1999 come, hundreds, come and visit my house, help me with my physical therapy. As you know, I'm standing, walking. I've done a 5K. I've got my sight back. And they brought me this. I taught English. It's a pig with wings for when pigs fly. And that just, it's a tough journey as a recipient. It's an extremely tough journey. And when they brought me this, it made me fight even more. And it makes the organ donation makes the impossible possible. And I appreciate you guys supporting that. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come down and take a picture. That's okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I've asked Mayor Pro Tem Holliday to introduce our next proclamation, so I'll hand over the floor to him.
We have a representative from, this is a proclamation for National Crime Victims Week. Do we have a representative from the Riverside DA office here to speak? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Hunter. I'm a regional manager with the Division of Victim Services at the Riverside County DA's office. I do have a few brief comments and a video regarding National Crime Victims' Rights Week. So I don't know if you'd like me to do that first or you want to do the proclamation first.
Let me read the proclamation and then
Okay.
you can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you.
So you're at a proclamation, National Crime Victims Week, Rights Week. Whereas every year, victims and survivors of violent crimes in Riverside County are honored and remembered in a series of vigils held throughout Riverside County as part of the yearly National Crime Victims Rights Week activities. And whereas the victims' rights movements has resulted in the passage of laws at the local, state, and federal levels that establish essential rights for victims, and whereas Crime Victims' Rights Acts passed here in California and at the federal level have provided victims with ways to participate meaningfully throughout the criminal justice process, and whereas the rights of crime victims are best protected when all participants in the criminal justice process, not only victims, are appropriately educated about victims' rights, and whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the right to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems, and whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit, ensuring that accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime, and whereas the Riverside County District's Attorney's Office, Division of Victim Services, is dedicated to supporting victims through the criminal justice system and strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building trust and engaging in our communities and our victim service providers, and bringing hope and healing to all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, let it be known that on behalf of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, we hereby proclaim the week of April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week, affirming the commitment to supporting the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, Division of Victim Services, and the criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during National Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime, dated the 7th day of April 2026, signed by the entire City Council.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the time to be able to acknowledge National Crime Victims' Rights Week for you all and for our community. And I really appreciate that. It's a very special time for the Division of Victim Services to be able to host our events for the community. But we do have a video that kind of better can describe for you all what National Crime Victims' Rights Week signifies for our community, and also the events that the District Attorney's Office is sponsoring for the community as well. So I'll let the video speak for itself.
Each year, National Crime Victims' Rights Week invites us to reflect on the lives impacted by crime and the responsibility we carry as a justice system to stand with victims and survivors. This year's theme, Holding Shadow, Choosing Light, acknowledges a truth we must never overlook, that survival is not linear and healing does not follow a single path. For many, grief and strength exist side by side. Loss does not simply fade, but hope continues to emerge. Our role is not only to pursue justice in the courtroom, but to ensure victims are treated with dignity, their voices are respected, and their experiences are honored. This Victims' Rights Week, and always.
When we focus on victims' rights, we focus on the people at the heart of them. Families remembering loved ones, survivors navigating healing, and communities coming together in shared understanding. Throughout this week, the Division of Victim Services is intentional about creating spaces that are safe, reflective, and healing. Our candlelight vigils honor lives lost to violence through the reading of names, shared remembrance, and moments of quiet reflection. These gatherings remind us that grief is not something to be carried alone. At these vigils, we hold space for sorrow and remembrance, for connection and community, recognizing the courage it takes to simply keep going. Healing can take many forms. Through our Stories program, survivors use creativity to express what words often cannot. This year's Healing Arts exhibit reflects both what is seen and what remains unseen, honoring and transforming the lived experiences that accompany this work into meaningful reflections of courage, remembrance, and hope. Through this work, we are reminded that choosing light does not mean leaving the shadow behind, but learning how to carry it through courage and the strength of community.
The victims' rights movement has made significant progress, but our commitment must remain unwavering, to listen, to advocate, and to ensure victims' rights are upheld with integrity and compassion. This week, we honor lives lost, we uplift survivors, and we reaffirm our dedication to fostering courage, remembrance, and hope, supporting healing, and ensuring no one carries this alone.
Thank you so much for coming. I'll hand it over to any council members if you guys want to say a comment or two. Starting with Councilwoman Warren.
Thank you. This is something that I have been involved with for the last 5 years, and I'll be doing it again this month. It is an honor to stand beside all of those who fight so hard for the victims and their families. And I'm very honored and proud to be a part of it, and I thank you for everything that you are doing. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman DeForest.
I could just echo those same words, that what an honor it is to stand up there and actually read the words and to actually see that the victims do have their voice heard. So thank you so much for being there for the victims and everything that you're doing.
Thank you, and thank you again for the time.
Yeah, I'm just thankful that we have a department that deals with this, because it hasn't been that long ago that we didn't.
Right.
And so I appreciate the work that our district attorney has done and the whole department has done on his behalf. And we're going to take a picture.
Yeah. We'll come down.
Thank you.
I need a bag. Yeah, we got a proclamation for Innovation Month. Patrick Ellis, would you like to come down? I was going to read it first and let you sit, but I'm going to make you stand while I read it. Right here. Okay.
I'm not standing there. You go right ahead.
Whereas the City of Murrieta recognizes the importance of innovation in growing its business community, and whereas the City of Murrieta is dedicated to ensuring a welcoming and supportive environment where businesses can thrive, and whereas the City of Murrieta aims to promote an innovative ecosystem that supports the transformation of new ideas into reality through access and resource and investments. And whereas the City of Murrieta is a growing regional hub for healthcare services and life science innovation. And whereas the Murrieta Innovation Center is dedicated to incubating life science startups and providing resources to the business community through mentorships and partnerships. And whereas Riverside County is experiencing explosive growth in various fields, and whereas the City of Murrieta supports the Riverside County Innovation Month initiative that showcases successful startups and highlights innovative and entrepreneurial programs in Riverside County. Now, therefore, let it be known that we, the City of Murrieta City Council, do hereby acknowledge the importance of encouraging the growth of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship in our community, and proclaim the month of April as Innovation Month in the City of Murrieta, signed on this day, April 7th, by your entire City Council.
Well, thank you very much. We're very happy to accept this on behalf of Riverside County, the Chamber, Impact Riverside County, our nonprofit that manages the Innovation Center. April, we've been working with the county on Innovation Month for almost 10 years now on this initiative. We have the great opportunity to now have 5 regional fast pitch competitions that take place across the entire county, with a finale taking place on April 29th at the Riverside Convention Center, which we will be hosting. We'll have 10 finalists at that. Of those 10 finalists, the top 3 will split at least $20,000 in prize fund to help them with their startups and get to where they need to be. And then on top of it, obviously, we have the grand reopening of the Murrieta Innovation Center coming up on April 20th. Mark my words, it will happen on April 20th, no matter what.
Are you sure?
Oh, I guarantee it.
All right.
Because I will be there no matter what. So, and we're excited to be able to showcase that and what that is going to provide for our community on a huge basis for startups in that whole life sciences ecosystem. So thank you for this proclamation. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I'll let council say a few words if they'd like. Councilman Warren.
Innovation, that's our future. And I'm so proud that you're in charge of it here in Murrieta. I thank you for all you have done, and you have worked diligently and very hard to make this come to fruition. So thank you for all you're doing to make innovation be a part of Murrieta, and where our growth is going to be in those incubators, in those businesses, and I can't wait to see them flourish. Thank you, Patrick, for all you do for our community.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't wait for the tour. Drum roll as we're getting excited for that. But just the fact that biotech is just the coming technology that we are truly thriving for in this area. And the fact that we can actually offer these biotech startups is just absolutely amazing. And thank you for your hard work and dedication to making that happen, because it's not going to happen out of thin air, right? We're bringing people from outside of the area, international startups, which is absolutely phenomenal to see that they would stay and have a flourishing business here. So this is just a baby step for what's to come. And I know from my last tour of the Innovation Center, it was looking absolutely amazing. And what great timeless choices that you have made to keep it modern and current. So I'm super excited, and I know everyone is excited for the tour of the Innovation Center 2026. And I just thank you for all your hard work and dedication to biotech industries, which I absolutely adore, and started there when I first was in college. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting. The Murrieta Innovation Center is an innovation in itself. And I don't think that's lost on anyone that it's really innovative that we have that center. Kind of redundant, but it takes some out of the box thinking to try and come up with that and say, how can we create these incubator businesses that would then flourish? And initially it's like, is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? And that has been proven to be true. And now that we have the grant to actually have the first wet lab in Southwest Riverside County and all of California, do you know how far it goes? Second.
UCR had the first one.
UCR had the first. But I mean, 2 in a whole area, that's crazy. So I congratulate you on your work and everyone else's that brought that forward. And since this is going to happen on April 20th, regardless, I'm assuming that I'm going to be able to stop by there anytime and see you swinging hammers and putting up stuff and all that, right?
As long as fire's not around, we're fine.
Boy, did they perk up.
You can give him a squeak hammer, he'll be okay. You know, I'll say just briefly, you know, I can't remember if I even knew you without the Innovation Center in my life or the concept, the topic. You and Scott used to talk about it till my ears were numb. You know, but it's an amazing thing that I've seen evolve. And my favorite thing about it is when I would ask what was supposed to happen, what was it supposed to evolve to? The unknown was so exciting to you both that I just remember the energy from it. And here it is. And good job to you. Hats off to everyone that's been involved. I mean, the facility, I toured it, I can't remember, 2 months ago. It's way bigger than I thought it was. It's going to provide an amazing space for people to grow and make awesome things, and you know, peptides that'll keep everyone along a lot longer, hopefully. So yeah, I appreciate everything. This is awesome, and I apologize I won't be there. This is like the one time in 5 years I'm actually going somewhere, but Mr. Holiday will be there in my stead. So anyway, we're going to come down and take a picture. All right.
Oh, I guess she.
Yeah, steps in. Just a warning to my colleague. I'm going to let you guys read some of this proclamation as well. So we'll do a few paragraphs each. So we'll pass it down. I don't know. I mean, in true retirement fashion, she finally showed up. I will say you were first until you were tardy. So, yeah. Leah Kolick, how many years? 32? That's amazing. So we're going to read your proclamation together, all of us in council. You were part of the city when I first got involved, 8-9 years ago, like in an official capacity, and you're at everything that I've ever been to, and it's going to be weird not seeing you around, but thanks for being here. This one is heavier. So I'm going to read 3, then you all are going to read 2 each.
Okay.
Okay, that's how the math works. Whereas Leah Kolick was born in San Diego and has lived throughout Southern California, making the Temecula Valley her home since 1989. And whereas Leah Kolick earned her degree in social ecology from the University of California, Irvine, along with additional degrees in Parks and Recreation Management and Paralegal Studies. And whereas Leah Kolick dedicated over 38 years to Parks and Community Services profession, including over 32 years with the City of Murrieta. And whereas through a series of roles to retire as Parks and Community Services Manager and...
Going that way?
Yeah,
okay.
that way.
Okay.
Whereas one of the unique privileges Leah Kolick has had with the City of Murrieta is having the opportunity to launch nearly all of the city's signature community events, and whereas Leah Kolick has made long-lasting contributions to the city through her leadership in developing parks, community facilities, the city's first all-inclusive tot lot, Town Square Park Amphitheater improvements, and the Veterans Memorial.
And whereas Leah Kolek has received numerous recognitions for leadership, but the greatest recognition comes from the community, which has shared in the laughter, joy, and memories of the city programs. And whereas Leah Kolek is passionate about serving others, creating meaningful community experiences, and plans to continue giving back through volunteer work with children and families. And right there.
Whereas Leah Kolek's greatest support has come from her husband, Ray, and their son, Jacob, who have been by her side throughout her career and accomplishments. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Murrieta does hereby commend Leah Kolek for her outstanding service and dedication, congratulating her on her retirement, and wish her the continued happiness and success in all her future endeavors. Dated on this day, the 7th day of April, 2026, and it is signed by all of us.
In a demonstration of what little power I do have, I made Patrick stand for that, and you got to sit. So if you now want to come and stand, I think City Manager Justin Clifton would like to say a few words first.
I think it's set for you. I'm just going to lift it up a little bit. So this is really special for me, not only because I've had the joy of working my brief tenure with, because it might be the only time in my career that I get to celebrate the retirement of somebody who's worked for the department longer than the city has existed. So that's kind of a unique claim to fame. But really, Leah, you've made tremendous impact to this team and this community, unlike the opportunity that many people get. I mentioned kind of joking the other day that I think you've probably forgotten more about parks and recreation than some people will learn in their careers. But it's really true. When you invest that much time in a community, I still remember the instances of being told when I had a question about this or that, well, go ask Leah, go ask Leah. And then I would say, well, who's this Leah? Isn't she with, CSD? And I had a question about engineering or a development that occurred. And they said, well, yeah, but trust me, just go ask Leah. And that's just one small piece of evidence of the contribution you've made. So I'd like to present you with a gift that I think you can anticipate what it is, but if you wouldn't mind opening it. This is a gift that we give as people retire, which is a watch. And not just a watch, because this watch is a symbol. And it's a symbol of the most valuable and important resource that exists on all of the earth, which is time. And it's time in the sense of time gone by and the time that you've invested in this team and this community and the impact you've had, the late nights, the long days, the Santa stops and the planning for events and parks, and how many community facilities districts and landscaping lighting district budgets each and every year, just over and over and over again, showing up and putting in the time and the effort and hopefully really seeing the value of what you've done. It's also a symbol of the time still in front of you as you enter into this transition, this new phase of your life as a retired person, hopefully continuing to just stroll into meetings whenever you feel like it, as one should, as you enter this new phase. But really, Leah, on behalf of the staff team, our council, and especially the community that you served so well for so long, thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to this community. And I wish you the absolute very best in your retirement. I hope that it's everything that you hope.
We'll have words from council now. So if you're going to continue standing right there, where you're in distance from us, Councilwoman Warren.
Thank you, Leah. The woman who put fun into a job that everybody had fun doing with you. That's a unique talent. and you are unique in so many ways. I was so hoping that the tot lot with the rocket ship was going to be delayed because that would delay your retirement, and it didn't work. But what you have done to create a space for all inclusive, for everybody to come to a park and socialize and play and make friends, it's because of your vision. And I thank you so much for that, because you have made the lives of little ones and big ones so happy. Now, I also know that you are a lady of chocolate and a lady who loved to pass out candy because, you know, it made everybody happy. So I thought, there's no way you're leaving town without a big bar of chocolate. I love you, girl. Have a wonderful vacation. Make sure that your retirement is a vacation so that you live it every day to the fullest. God bless you. Thank you. I'll give this to you in a minute.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeForest.
Leah, I can say thank you from the bottom of the community's heart. Truly, you are always so happy and willing to answer some crazy questions. Just a fun little memory I have is I remember coming into your office and asking, hey, I need to know about this equestrian center. Let's talk about that. And you said, in your overzealous excitement, let me give you all of this stuff. And do you know we have let me give you this USB. It's got like 5,000, things on it. And you could go through this tonight and we can talk about it tomorrow if you'd like. So I will never forget that when you handed me the biggest USB that I think I've ever seen in my life, which had drawings and diagrams and hope for the future of this equestrian center. And I think I just wanted to know, well, who was looking at it, what was going on, but no, I got the deep dive. So I just want to thank you for your deep dive with any question I ever asked you. I loved your presentations because I knew we weren't getting out early, and whoever was betting on the timing, if Leah was on the agenda, no, because you were so thorough, which I appreciate, and you are just absolutely amazing. You were fun to listen to, happy to listen to, which, you are going to be definitely missed. And I wanted to make you feel at home, so I thought I'd put the chocolate up here, just so it was kind of close. And then just to point out that there has been numerous articles and magazines about your service. And when you read this, you know that you are leaving a huge hole in Murrieta's heart. So please don't go far. Please come back and help us out with certain things. And just to know that, from my almost 6 years being in the city, I just want to know that you were my go-to girl. And I thank you so much for all the information that you would give me and over and above. And thank you for the rocket ship park. Yeah. And it's done. And I wish you great success in your retirement. Although failing and coming back for a little help wouldn't be a bad thing either. So God bless you and enjoy your family and your wonderful son. So
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here we are again, Leah. We could do these every week if you want. We would never run out of nice things to say about you. There is one thing over the years, Leah and I have known each other for a little over 30 of the 32 years that you've been with the city. There's one thing that you can't do that I found. You can't fail. I have never seen you fail at a single thing. In fact, I think you would practically kill yourself to make something work versus letting it fail. So we certainly, I think we're going to probably close City Hall tonight and never open it again because I don't see how we're going to go on unless you're willing to give us your cell phone, and which I already have. We already have that. So we got to just give us some office hours or something we can call and say, hey, Leah, what about this? But no, you are going to be missed here, certainly. And while nobody is irreplaceable, you're as close as it gets. We thank you for your service. Wish you the best in retirement.
Thank you, Ron. I'm extremely grateful for your time here. Like I said, you've been such a staple in my, learning through the City Hall, who you were and what you meant to everybody. I'm most concerned for Brian. Do we have an emotional support plan for him? I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to keep eyes on him, make sure he's okay. Even though he has a short runway, I think, too, but we want to keep an eye on it because I know you were such a vital part of what he did when his whole department was amazing. Just thank you for everything. And thank you for setting the standard of, great work. So we'd like to come down and take a picture with you. Oh, yes. The microphone is yours.
Yes, I just have a few words to say, so it's short. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City Manager Clifton. It truly means a lot to stand here tonight. Almost 33 years with the City of Murrieta, the one thing I know for certain is that nothing meaningful ever gets done alone. Every program, every event, every challenge, every success, it all happened because of the incredible team I had the privilege of working with. People often think Parks and Recreation is all fun and games. Sometimes it is. Most days we're like ducks, calm and smooth on the surface while paddling like crazy underneath. And somehow, thanks to the team, everything always comes together. Sometimes it's a mystery, sometimes it's a miracle, but it is always hard work and dedication. I've been surrounded by people who care deeply about this community and about each other. That's what makes this career so special. I'm grateful for the support, the collaboration, and the shared commitment in serving Murrieta. Thank you for this recognition, and thank you to everyone I've ever worked with over the years. It has been an honor to be a part of this organization, and I'll be cheering you all on from the audience. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to come down. I have loads of stuff to bring with us. So, Councilwoman DeForest, you have the proclamation. Me and Mr. Holliday are going to grab some big metal things. Let's gather in the front.
That's the whole idea.
All right, moving on. The approval of our agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to our agenda?
Seeing none, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to call for a motion and a second. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holliday and a second by Councilwoman Warren. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously 4-0.
Thank you. Next up, our recently returned city manager, Justin. What do you have for us?
Just a handful of updates this afternoon. First, I want to highlight that on March 25th, city staff participated in Career Day at Buchanan Elementary School. So we introduced students to careers in local government and shared how the city serves and supports our community. You know, one of the highlights of my career is seeing people that might have started either in a cadet or explorer program for law enforcement and end up working for the agency that they served as a young person. And who knows, maybe one of these students will one day be a department head or a city manager, something like that for the city. So really a joy to be able to try to inspire people to public service. Next, we want to make sure our residents know, especially a small percentage of them that might live within the Duluth Community Facilities or Services District, that we are a ballot drop-off location. So beginning yesterday at 8 a.m., we started hosting a ballot drop-off for people in that community services district as they have a special election measure going on right now. So for those that see the ballot, that's not early voting for anything else. That's just limited to that community services district. Next, I'd like to invite our Director of Public Works and Engineering, Bob Mailing, as well as Jeff Hitch, to come up and talk to us a little bit about an update with the Hayes Bridge.
Good evening, afternoon, actually. Thank you for this opportunity to give you a brief update on the Hayes Avenue Bridge schedule. I'll turn it over to Mr. Hitch.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm glad to be here again tonight to give you a brief update on Hayes Avenue Bridge. Last time I was here in front of you was in October of 2025, where I gave you an update at that time where I believe I told you we were going to have this bridge completed by April 2026. It is now April 2026. And I'm going to have to beg for your indulgence a little bit. We had a little bit of delay in the design of the bridge, but I believe we have end in sight. Just to give you a bit of a chronology, the bridge was closed in February of 2025 due to a failure in the bridge deck. March of 25, we declared an emergency and commenced with structural design of the bridge and commenced with design of a new structure. We awarded a contract in July of 25 to reconstruct the bridge with a cast-in-place concrete box culvert. When we applied for the emergency permits, we realized that we could not do that under those permit guidelines, which required us to commence with a redesign using an arch span structure that would give us a soft bottom channel underneath the bridge, given that that's the existing structure that's there today as a soft bottom channel. So that was August when that permit was denied. October of 25, we entered into an agreement with Contact Engineering Solutions, who would provide us with an arch span culvert. They commenced with their design, and it's December of 2025. We ordered product from Contact. It took us a little bit of time to finalize the details of the plan. It took us a little longer than we thought it would take, which is part of some of the delay that we're experiencing. The actual order of the materials didn't commence. The production of the materials from Contact didn't commence until February 23rd. We were told it was going to be 8 to 10 weeks to produce that material. We're now being told it's going to be closer to 13 weeks, which takes us to May 26th of the anticipated delivery from Contact. So that's the chronology of kind of our history of how we got here. Construction, we are anticipating awarding a new construction contract. The previous construction contract that we awarded, we've obviously deleted. We've terminated that contract, and we will be awarding a new contract that will be anticipated to be awarded on the April 21st meeting, which is the next City Council meeting. We would anticipate starting construction with the selected contractor on either May 5th or May 12th, somewhere in that general time frame. As I had indicated, that would allow for the demo of the existing structure and then the installation of the cast-in-place concrete foundations that are effectively the pedestals that the arch culvert, the precast arch culvert, will sit on top of. May 26th would be the delivery. The beauty of using these arch culverts is the bridge, after the concrete foundation is poured, they deliver the arch culvert. The arch culvert will actually be installed effectively in 1 day, maybe 2, for the actual structure to be placed on top of the concrete foundation. After that's completed, there's a little bit of extra work on backfilling the structure, putting in the barrier walls that need to be up on top of the bridge itself to protect people from going off the side of the road, guardrails, structural section for the road, striping. That would have us complete in construction by mid-June. So with that, here to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, we look forward to having this bridge completed.
You know, I probably speak for all the city council. The delay, you don't need to apologize. I probably consider that water under the bridge. I appreciate the update. Anyone else have a question or a joke?
I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, thank you for the update.
Thank you, Bob and Jeff. And then last but never least, I'd like to invite Hilder Sam, our Public Information Officer, to come up and tell us a little bit about what's going on in Murrieta.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. Now we are so close to the firefighters barbecue that you can almost smell the tri-tip. You can join us for food, cornhole, and a Britney Spears tribute at Town Square Park on April 18th for the firefighters barbecue. And the firefighters have promised us a good time, so we're going to hold them to that. Our annual Memorial Day ceremony will then take place on May 25th, where we invite you to join us to honor our fallen heroes. More annual events this summer include the Father's Day car show and the birthday bash. I know it's hard to believe we're 35, but here we are. We just released our amazing lineup of bands for our concerts in the park this summer, so make sure you mark your calendars for your favorite bands and show up with a picnic or enjoy some of the vendors that we'll have in the park. A quick note about our past events that we've had for the past couple of weekends. They have been incredibly well attended and fun. Our CSD department has really been going all out. This past weekend, we had our extravaganza where all the little ones came out and cleaned the field of eggs in record times. Then the weekend before that, we had our first race weekend where we did the Murrieta 5K, the 21st Tour de Murrieta, and then closed it out with a concert in the park as well. As always, we invite you to subscribe to our communication, which includes the monthly More Murrieta e-newsletter. You can sign up on the link on the screen. You can also read it online at our website. And then also our Murrieta magazine for spring summer 2026 is out. It's on our website, and you can also request a physical copy at connect@murrietaca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you very much. Moving on to government body commissions and committee reports. This is where we get to tell you what we've been doing and where it was at. Let's start off with Councilwoman Warren.
Woman, mayor, manager,
yeah,
what am I? I know, all the above. Thank you, Mayor. On May 23rd, I attended the RCTC Budget Implementation Committee meeting, and anything that was discussed at that meeting will be brought forward at our meeting tomorrow for the RCTC Commission, which is being held in Cathedral City, so I need to be there by 9:30 tomorrow morning. I know. We held the Southwest Tea Now meeting, was well attended, and Menifee was our host. And on March the 26th, we had our RTA Commission meeting. I want to remind everybody that RTA is offering free rides on Earth Day, which is April the 22nd, on all fixed routes and Go microbuses. And we're still offering a youth ride-free promotion, continues to December 31st of 2026, available for all individuals 18 and under on all fixed route and Go microbuses. So that's a great thing for our youth. We're going to move on to my governing body announcements. I think we got to the next page. Attended a SRCA legislative meet and greet with Assemblymember Natasha Johnson on March the 20th. The Knowles Women's Society monthly luncheon was on the 23rd. On the 25th, I attended with a lot of staff and our mayor. We had a great time at Buchanan Elementary School on Career Day. Nobody wants to be in government. They all wanted to drive a fire truck or be a policeman, or that's where it was at. And two of them wanted to be a librarian, which I thought was pretty cool. Attended the Tour de Murrieta Shakeout Ride, and that's the picture there with everybody that rode into the Marriott Hot Springs Resort. I want to thank them for being the host of that. Yeah, we are. Look at that. Smarty. And then on Saturday, after a winning soccer game of 7-0, I'm sorry, did I diverse? We attended the Tour de Murrieta race, which was absolutely phenomenal, Ernie. I had so much fun. Those little kids just cracked me up. It was so much fun to watch them just be a part of it. So thank you so very much. Concert in the Park was a thrill, and everybody was having fun. I really enjoyed all the kids that were there. They were throwing footballs and playing soccer and dancing, and it was just a very big family community event. And so I want to thank our CSD for hosting that. That was great. Attended Leah's retirement gathering on the 2nd. Attended the Spring Egg Extravaganza, which was super fun. And I hope that everybody had a lovely Passover and a wonderful Easter. And I look forward to what's coming next. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeForest.
Yeah, it did. Thank you, Mayor. On March 27th, I attended the Mount San Jacinto College Southwest Regional Higher Education Speakeasy retirement event for Roger Schultz. Yes, Councilwoman Warren also attended there. Quite a lot of fun. On March 27th, I also housed the Three Mules, which was very interesting, and hopefully that made a positive spin for our city of Murrieta. Quite an interesting man that is a nomad that travels throughout the state of California, and he travels with a mule. So that was really interesting to talk to him and his old way of life. So on March 28th, I attended the Tour de Murrieta, which, boy, did we have a lot of fun. I think the cows got around. Once again, too, Ernie put on an amazing event. The kids were so cute. I will concur with Cindy that they were absolutely darling, but the unicorn helmets were the best and so fun. And the little kids were pedaling their heart out, and it's such a great event. And then that night, we all got to rock out to a concert in the park, which was really fun to have a beautiful night. And we are all so happy we live in California. I've been meeting with many property owners for road improvements, and we got to meet with Chief Henry and staff. Also attended the retirement party for Leah, and boy, did she fill up that room with tons of people singing her praises, and just a great time. Just hats off to everyone and staff who put on the extravaganza. What a fun event. I was told 12,000 eggs were filled. And let me tell you, those little ones got every one of those eggs. There was no eggs left. And a great time. We lost no children. For short periods of time, there were children lost, but parents lost. Yes, parents were lost. But it was great. And we talk about a well-oiled machine. Those kids, they don't stand a chance getting away from their parents, or their parents don't get a chance getting away from them. So we definitely had them cornered or caged in, as it kind of was. So if you need to reach me, another correspondence, my email address is here, or faster response, you can shoot me a text, which I've had a couple residents shoot me a text recently about the pool. And wanted to chat a little bit about that. So just want to say that this was just a really fun 2 weeks in Murrieta. And I know that our staff is working overtime to make this happen for us. I know Murrieta was participating in Baker to Vegas, as well as trying to do the Tour de Murrieta and all the events as well. So hats off to all our departments. Kudos to our police department. And I just want to thank everyone for having so much fun in our community. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
I'm actually going to put on my Councilwoman Lori Stone hat for a second. She wanted me to report out since I'm the alternate to WRCOG. Yeah, I don't need as much emotional support as she does. So she took that emotional support dog with her. So she wanted me to make sure that I shared for her that she spent 6.5 hours in a closed session with WRCOG a week ago at a special executive committee meeting. And I have the attorney's description of what I'm allowed to say. At the conclusion of today's special executive committee meeting, the committee took action in closed session to dismiss Dr. Kurt Wilson as executive director of WRCOG. The action was effective immediately. Per law, the dismissal was reported out at the conclusion of the meeting. And then at yesterday's WRCOG meeting that she attended, they appointed Chris Gray as the interim director. So she'll finish all the rest of her announcements when she gets back at the next meeting. Now I just got to find mine. Somewhere in here. Okay. I attended the RCA meeting yesterday. A lot of receive and file on that. You can read it on the website if you needed to find out the 2024 annual report. Surprised that we're a whole year behind, but so be it. And an update on the land bridge. They're going to build a land bridge across the I-15 freeway just north of the Riverside County San Diego border. So the mountain lions can get across to the Palomar Reserve area. Unless you want a path to your house or something. So the mountain lions have quite a wide range that they travel, and that freeway is hindering their ability. And then we received a quarterly update on the financials. For my governing body reports, I attended for Mayor Lavelle the March Student of the Month for Murrieta. One of my favorite events, as most of you know, or if you don't, I do not like early morning meetings before 10. I know some of you say, really, a 9 o'clock meeting is an early morning meeting? Well, for some of us. But that one I have to get up early for and be there by 8 o'clock. And I'm happy to do that because that one is, if you are lacking a little bit of hope in society, attend Murrieta Student of the Month. Those kids are amazing. And actually, I could identify with one of them for the first time of the ones I've attended, because I usually can't identify with the kids that start businesses at 16. And this kid, the one I went to previous to this last one, who already had a $100,000 grant to teach other kids how to AI code. And he was 17. When I was in high school, my entire goal was getting out. It's like I wanted nothing to do with high school. I didn't see the point. And somewhere later in life, I went back to college and actually got some maturity. Well, there was a kid there that was in the same boat and actually went to one of the special schools for people that don't do well in regular school. And smart individual, but he was kind of the class clown, kind of goofing off. And then once he got into this environment, he excelled. And what I told him, I said, well, now I can identify with you, except for that you matured way earlier than I did. It's always great to see those kids, though. They're just a huge inspiration. I also attended the meet and greet with Assemblywoman Natasha Johnson. Loved her speech on why she's there and what she's doing. I thought she really encapsulated what an assembly person should be doing up in Sacramento versus making our lives miserable like most of them. Did I say that out loud? Oh. I enjoyed the food at the Flavor Fest and Beats. I thought a couple of my other colleagues attended that, but I didn't. No? Just Laura. Oh, that was the other colleague. She's not here. It was not what I was expecting, which Scott's going to fix hopefully in the future, because it was supposed to be, and I thought this was a great idea, is that you, for $5, you go taste a bunch of different places and you get to taste a lot of different foods. And I get there expecting this, and I get there and it's like, no, that one's $20 for a plate. Now one's $20 for a plate. So we ended up picking one, and all the food there looked amazing. It was really good, but I really would like to see the other put into place. I spoke at the Southwest Elected Collaborative regarding the local control ballot initiative we're talking about a little bit later. Was well received by all the cities. They are going to start their own little ad hoc committees to see what they can do to help support this, because as all the city knows, local control is more important than anything right now. 3 of our council members attended the ribbon cutting of the Temecula Valley Wine Country Archway. 3 Murrieta City Council members were there. How many Temecula City member councils were there? 1. Like, you claim this area as yours and then you don't show up. Did I say that out loud too? No. Somebody's got to censor me. Of course, the Tour de Murrieta. Thank you. Tour de Murrieta was amazing. The kids are always amazing. One of the races, I don't know that it was it Lisa's that kind of jumped the gun, or was it one of them? Yeah, where they kind of broke through the line. we had to corral them back. Few of us also attended the VFW auxiliary luncheon at Monteleone Meadows. Now, I was told it was a VFW luncheon. So I was going there expecting to see a bunch of old grizzled veterans like myself. And I get there and there's all these women in tea hats and dresses and stuff. I'm like, I think I'm at the wrong place. But it was a lovely event. Man, that whole place was packed. And then from there, we did the music at the concert at the park with Shockwave. It was a busy day that Saturday. Some of us, including myself and Councilmember Stone, attended the Urban Air Murrieta Chamber Mixer. Patrick already left. Yeah, you were there. And I saw in a picture, I must have left before she came, young Kim stopped by. Yes. Yeah. So that was nice. And of course, we celebrated Leah Kolick at her retirement party, which was, that was an amazing event. Like I said, we could do that every week and I wouldn't get tired of celebrating that woman. And then all of us distributed eggs at the extravaganza. And the 5 of us and about another 5 or 6 volunteers. Oh, that's right. The mayor was not there. He was teaching people how to be fit. But we distributed eggs. So there's probably about 10 to 12 of us distributed eggs. Probably take about 5 minutes to distribute all those eggs. And what, about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
And they're gone, completely gone. Always a great time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. I will qualify the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks of my life as the busiest of my entire life. And I'm happy that it's on this side of that timeline. I had no governing body reports to report or committees to report out on. And if you saw me in pictures up here, that's probably where I was at. And if I wasn't there, it's because of what I just said about my weeks being incredibly busy. So moving on from that, public comments. Madam City Clerk, do we have any non-agenda public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Philip O'Reilly.
Good evening, everyone. In doing my due diligence for the Jefferson Avenue road widening project at Ballesteros Road, I've come across a few issues on the capital improvements webpage that need to be discussed publicly. But first, I try my best to come up to this podium and be respectful and discerning on what I say and how I say it. I love my hometown of 30 years, after all. As a precursor, please know this is coming from a place of stewardship and observation, not judgment nor demand. First, this widening is labeled as a 6-lane widening from the current 2 lanes. Surely this is a typo, as no other part of Jefferson in this area is a 6-lane, much less 6-lane capable. I don't think people want homes ripped out anytime soon, and I really don't think the city wants to increase the acquisition costs of our property for erroneous lanes. Second, this project is being labeled online as the northern city limits, but as I'm sure we're all aware, this border is considered West Murrieta. I don't mean to poke fun, but northern limits would best be described as Antelope Road and the 215. However, I am flattered that we've at least been acknowledged that this is a border project, much less an arterial road classification. Third, this 1,000-foot widening project is being estimated at $1.2 million. Meanwhile, the estimated cost of widening approximately 100 feet on only one side of Murrieta Hot Springs is around $1 million. The estimated cost of widening approximately 2,000 feet further down on Hot Springs is $16 million. Simple math ratios say that something isn't adding up here. You see, if it's $1 million for 100 feet and 16 for 2,000, that ratio is darn near $1 million every 100 feet. With the Jefferson Road widening being about 1,000 feet, the math using publicly available information says perhaps we're missing a zero somewhere. Now, this could easily be dismissed as a homeowner seeking maximum value of their asset, but it actually goes much deeper than that. You see, the larger road widening of Hot Springs is tearing down 20-foot high walls. Has the city staff not taken into account that there are 50-foot high walls that will need to be conquered on Jefferson? That's double the height, much less the materials. I'm no engineer or finance expert, but I've enlisted the aid of a few consultants now as it's becoming more and more clear that I've been and will continue to be the primary driving force for this border project. With all their expertise in mind, surely the dollar amount goes up, not down, when it comes to higher walls or longer stretches of road to be widened. But compare and contrast will only get us so far. So, after recent consultation for this retaining wall project, I was informed more likely than not a solid concrete retaining wall will need to be poured, which is far more expensive than the brick with weeds popping out retaining walls we see currently on Murrieta Hot Springs in the 15 freeway, another arterial roadway. The builder also mentioned that $1.2 million for just that retaining wall portion on my property alone might be under budget already, but I'll let the appropriate city experts dissect that. I could go deeper, but the purpose of me being here is not to call shame or make mockery. It's to champion this much needed infrastructure change and demand it gets the scrutiny and planning it deserves. By all accounts, this is an arterial frontage route and the western border of our city. I challenge all of you city officials and staff, if a 30-year-old native of the city can discern this from the outside looking in, surely it's time to transparently include them in these conversations, much less adequately prepare for this inevitable project. As homeowners directly affected by these plans, we will not be vilified for turning down a misunderstood and underfunded proposal from the city, and I will continue to transparently and openly express my concerns to champion this project and its capability to be a much-needed monument for our city. Thank you so much.
Carmine Giampiccolo.
Council members. I recently spoke with a code enforcement officer who mentioned that this might be the forum for proposing a homeowner's code change. Is that correct?
We'll hear you out and see where it goes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm reluctant to follow a lot of the positivity I've heard tonight with maybe something not so positive, but here goes. So I have a problem, and I believe the only solution can be provided by the council. I and my neighbor have owned homes for approximately 35 years, and early on in our home ownership, my neighbor planted a series of trees and plants down our common fence line. Well, in 35 years, all these trees and plants have now matured, and you can imagine that not only are they damaging the common fence that we have, they're actually pushing it over and destroying it. Now, code enforcement officer informed me that that's technically not a code violation. So that's what I wanted to speak to you guys on today. Unfortunately, my neighbor and I have had a falling out over the issue. I think the age of reasonableness for my neighbor might be gone. So I have a suggestion for a modification to the code, which could simply read as a one-line item, which would be something similar to foliage shall not be permitted to intrude into shared fencing or the right-of-way of the fence line or otherwise cause damage to fencing. And I believe I've been online and I've seen that there's a section 16.22 of the Murrieta Municipal Code having to do with fencing where that item might be appropriate to be inserted. I had some other significant comments to make, but I think I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
This isn't really a dialogue portion of tonight, but I think Mr. Clifton will have some good insight, and I believe there is some language already in our city code that can address some of that. Justin, do you have any?
I think probably nothing for discussion this evening, but if we have your contact information, we can be in touch.
I'd be happy to come see you.
Yeah, well, we'll get your contact and we'll be in touch for sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Casson Klein.
Good evening. Tonight's theme, keeping consistent with music, but I won't sing, will be about a couple of albums. And I'm going to talk about, or I'll refer to Billy Joel's 1980 album, Glass Houses. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend last meeting during St. Patrick's Day as I was celebrating with my favorite band, Kel Bordell, who will be performing at the first concert July 11th. During the deliberations of the consideration for the higher education for Dr. Schultz, some comments were made about the amount of staff time that is spent on special projects, and then there were comments and questions of City Manager Clifton about how many staff hours are spent on special projects and signature events. And consistently over the years, you all know me, I'm a champion of accountability and transparency. So keeping with that, I'm curious as to the fire department. How many times does the fire department attend nonprofits, say golf tournaments and hanging flags, or special events such as weddings or birthdays or things? Aside from staff time, I think that would be very helpful if we're going to do this, if we're going to ring that bell. I know it'll create additional work for the city manager or some of the other offices, some of the other directors, but if the council can't keep a guardrail on their special projects, then maybe reporting out the city manager's report on the number of hours and what those dollars and cents equate to, that might be helpful in maintaining that, because it seems there's a lot of discourse up here about that. And so that might be something that y'all might want to consider. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Moving on to consent calendar. Are there any requests from City Council to pull any consent items? Don't see any head nods, so I'll assume no. Madam City Clerk, are there members of the public requesting to speak on consent calendar item?
Seeing none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion and a second, and I have that motion from Councilwoman DeForest and the second from Mayor Pro Tem Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 4-0.
Thank you. Our first public hearing of the night. I think we have Chris Tracy. The adoption of an ordinance amending ordinance number 61325 to update the city's participation in the Western Riverside County TUMP program, the Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee for developed projects within the city, adoption and resolution amending the applicable Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee schedule, including a determination that the activity is exempt from CEQA. Okay, we got a couple staff. All right, David and.
Sure. So good evening, Mayor and Council. So this has kind of become a part of our regular fee updates. As you know, the city is a member of the Western Riverside Council of Governments, and one of the programs that the WRCOG has is a Uniform Traffic Mitigation Fee, or TUMP. And essentially that helps us with regional transportation upgrades. And so Chris Tracy, Senior Planner, and then Cameron Brown from WRCOG are here to present the item. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate the introduction. What is WRCOG and TUMP? So Western Riverside Council of Governments is a JPA. It comprises of the County of Riverside, as well as 18 cities located in the western side of the county. WRCOG has this TUMP program, which is a regional fee program to pay for transportation-related infrastructure throughout the county. WRCOG administers the program. It is reviewed on an annual basis to determine if there's an increased cost associated with implementing these transportation projects that are a part of the program. There are pass-through impact fees for identified projects within the program, and it's collected by WRCOG at certificate of occupancy now, but some developers choose to pay at permit issuance. They do a prepayment arrangement. What do the funds pay for? They've contributed locally to the intersection corridor improvements along Clinton Keith, California Oaks, Murrieta Hot Springs, and Los Alamos Road interchange projects. This will also fund the Keller Road Interstate 215 interchange project in the future. And some background on this. WRCOG recently determined that there is a need for an increased cost in land, labor, materials. The range on the increase is 2.45 to 2.66. Sorry. Sorry, I jumped ahead there. So we have a range of 2.45 to 2.66 to cover these increased costs. All the member agencies throughout the western portion of the county are going through this introduction right now in process. Let me jump back there. Okay, the following table summarizes the proposed construction cost increases. In general, it ranges from 2.45 for Class A and B offices to 2.66% for service commercial. There's also some updates there for single family and multifamily well on the fees. Moving forward, beginning July 1st and afterwards, TUMF will be automatically adjusted to relate these increased costs. The automatic adjustment mechanism will help preserve the purchasing power of the TUMF revenue over time, reducing the need for large periodic fee studies or significant one-time increases. The annual adjustment will be based on a blended construction cost index as from the sources as identified here on the screen. No event shall the annual adjustment exceed 5%, whether that's positive or negative. And then also with this, there's some proposed definition updates. This includes single-family residential units and multifamily residential units. Classifications based on the physical attachment rather than the lot configuration or ownership structure, confirming that EDUs and JADUs, as defined by state law, are exempt from the TUMF program. So, and also I'll add with this, the city might have a different definition for single family and multifamily versus what the program has. In closing, staff recommends the following actions. First, conduct a public hearing to introduce and do a first reading of ordinance number 63026. Second, adopt resolution 264922. Third, find that proposed actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15061B3 for the reasons specified in the attached staff report. And then Cameron Brown with WRCOG's here to answer any of those detailed questions, and I'll be happy to assist there too. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions from council. Councilmember Warren?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have one question. How do we track the money that goes to TUMF? Is there a annual reporting? Is it quarterly, semi-quarterly? What is it? How do you track the money that goes into the TUMF program?
Well, we have an online database that collects all the information from all the applications, and we have an annual report yearly for TUMF. We also have a 5-year expenditure report. And then every year we have what's called the Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP, which allocates what we've collected over the next 5 years.
See, and it used to be that the money from the developers came to the city and then it was transferred over to TUMF, and now it's going directly from the developer to the TUMF fund, to the TUMF program. Is that correct? Is that the new way it's working?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So the city only finds out annually based on your reporting, so there's nothing that goes back to the city to let them know what developers in Murrieta have deposited in for our area?
Well, each application for TUMF for a developer to clear TUMF is approved by the city, and at any time they can look and see how much has been collected by the city. Okay. But again, collections by the city are not spent by the city. Collections in a city go towards this, it gets split into 5 different pots, but part of it goes to the Southwest Zone, which also includes Temecula, Murrieta, Wildomar, Canyon Lake, Lake Elsinore, and County of Riverside, unincorporated areas. So, and another portion gets split into RCTC for their regional TUMF program. And then also RCA and RTA as well.
And do these fees get paid up front, or are they paid at the end of the project?
Fees are paid prior to occupancy.
Occupancy, so no longer when permits, but towards the end then, correct?
Yes, it's always been that way, but sometimes You can ask for the fees to be paid at permit issuance, but a developer can always defer that up until occupancy.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions. Last time we talked about TUMF, we kind of said, well, how much are we collecting for the city of Murrieta? And last time we looked at our numbers, it looked like that the city of Murrieta actually was benefiting from participating in TUMF. Would you say that is true going forward?
Absolutely. I'd actually looked at the numbers prior to coming here, and it looks like we've collected about 36 million so far in the program in the city of Murrieta, but we've probably spent somewhere in the 40s.
Nice.
And that happens a lot. That money, there's not quite that balance for city from what I said before about money getting spent in the zone. Some cities have different needs. That money goes differently to different agencies. It's not just it's not a set amount for each city depending on where they collected it. It goes to the rest of the zone.
Right, goes to the pool.
Yeah,
and,
and sometimes it's the county. It's usually the county that doesn't have as much projects to build as what happens in the city just because of the need.
Okay. Thank you for that and for transparency for our constituents. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this increase has been approved by WRCOG already.
Correct.
And just for my colleagues, we do get reports at every WRCOG meeting that shows by city how much has been collected, the activity and stuff. So since Councilwoman Stone is on that currently, she would have the latest up-to-date information if you ever had any questions. I haven't been to a WRCOG meeting in a while because she's been pretty faithful in attending. I'm thankful that she did the 6.5-hour one too. Very thankful. But the cities don't really have an option on this fee increase.
They do if they don't if they want to stay in the program.
As our choice is not accept the fee increase or not accept the fee increase. The choice is stay in the program or not stay in the program.
Basically, you could choose not to accept the fee increase, but that money has to be made up.
If we didn't accept the fee increase,
you would have to,
then the city would write the check.
You would have to pay the difference.
Yeah. So it doesn't change the fee structure. It just changes who pays
it. If you chose to go that route, but I don't think we haven't had anybody.
I don't think any city would actually want to do that. But I just wanted to make it clear that it's not so much the city that's imposing this, it's WRCOG that's imposed it to benefit the entire region that each city signs off on.
Yes, it's TUMP stands for Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee, and uniform is very key in that everybody passes the same fee, abides by the same rules, and everyone's on the boat together and nobody jumps off.
I love the program. I think it's beneficial. I think it's needed. The regional infrastructure like the Keller Road Interchange project that we're working on that actually encompasses 2 cities that you cover, Menifee and Murrieta. 1/4 of that project is in Menifee. I mean, that benefits the entire area because it's going to take, I think you're also working on the Bundy Canyon extension too, which then turns into Scott Road. And
yes,
getting people from one side of the county to the other side and from the south to the north benefits every city around. So I'm absolutely in support of it. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions particularly. I'd like to open the public hearing now. Madam City Clerk, is there any public testimony?
Seeing none.
All right. Bring it back up for any final council questions, deliberation. Close the public hearing. I will close the public hearing now. Sorry. Now I will call for a motion in a second. What do we got? Got a motion from Councilwoman DeForest and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Holiday. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously with the introduction of ordinance number 630-26, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, amending ordinance number 613-25 to update participation in the Western Riverside County Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee Program.
Thank you. Lots of words tonight. All right, we have another acronym, I think is the word for it, for DIF fees, Development Impact Fees, public hearing for fiscal year 2026 and 27. Who do we have from staff? Oh, look at Mr. Javier. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and member of the public. My name is Javier Carcamo, Director of Finance, and to my right is Ashley Lopez, our Accounting Manager. And today's report and presentation is associated with the public hearing for the fiscal year 2026-2027 Public Facilities Development Impact Fee Update. So let me provide a brief background on development impact fees. A DIF is a one-time fee charge to all new development to mitigate the impact created by new development on city facilities. DIF fees are imposed before permit issuance for commercial and industrial projects. Residential projects are now due before a certificate of occupancy or final inspection. DIF fees funds facilities to serve specifically new developments. A very basic concept of this is that new homes are built, we have more people in our community, which increases park usage and necessitates the construction for new parks. The city has 9 impact fee categories. We have law enforcement, fire protection, streets and bridges, traffic signals, storm drainage, general facilities, park facilities, community centers, and public library. The city's capital improvement plan projects are primarily funded by various revenue sources. However, development impact fee funds is one of the most essential. Based on our most recent capital improvement plan, out of the $113 million, about $42 million are funded through development impact fees. That represent approximately 37.1%. Some of the planned projects we have as part of the most recent Nexus study includes the Fire Training Center Tower, Fire Station 6, including necessary equipment such as the Type 1 engine, medic patrol, all-terrain Polaris, and a Type 3 brush truck. We also have other facilities needs with the police department, primarily with extending or expanding the building. Under community services department, we have new parks and new parks as well as areas in existing parks where we can increase services, as well as the library expansion. And lastly, we have with the Municipal Services Department, we have the facilities yard and offices, as well as a swimming pool. AB 602, just continue with the background, took effect back on January 1st, 2022, requires that development impact fees next study be completed at least every 8 years. It also introduces new requirements, including specific justification on how fees are calculated and the use of square footage based for residential development instead of per unit charges. Back in April 2024, City Council adopted resolutions approving the DIF Nexus study and an update the fee schedule. The adoption also included an administrative policy with the following components, includes a 3-year phase-in period, as well as an annual escalator. The administrative policy includes the 3-year phase-in plan specifically for industrial and office development impact fees. The industrial development impact fees increases almost 1.02 cents per square foot each fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, all the way through July 1st, 2026. So we're in essence on our last year of the 3-year phase-in approach. And office diff increases approximately 1.54 per square foot annually over the same period. The policy established an annual fee adjustment based on the California Construction Cost Index. The index will be evaluated on a January-to-January basis with an increased cap at 4%. This annual adjustment applies to all fee types, including those subject to the phase-in schedule. This table summarizes the California Construction Cost Index over the past 6 years, the index shows an increase of the 2.5% increase from January to January, which will be applied to development impact fees. As a result, the DIF update effective July 1st, 2026 includes the 2.5% increase based on the CCCI adjustment. This table summarizes the fee updates effective July 1st, 2026, incorporating both the 3-year phase-in plan as well as the annual escalation policy. The proposed development impact fees per square foot are as follows. Residential would increase approximately 23 cents, up to $9.42. Multifamily also increase approximately 33 cents, increasing to 13.35. Office space increasing approximately $1.87. This one includes both the phase-in and the annual escalation, going up to $12 and office $14.22. Commercial going up approximately 34 cents, up to $13.62. And lastly, industrial. This one also includes a phase-in and annual escalation, going up approximately $1.14 per square foot to a total of $4.88. Today's report makes the following recommendation: conduct a public hearing related to the update of the city's public facilities development impact fees, and adopt a resolution number 26-4923 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Murrieta, California, approving an update of the fiscal year 2026-27 public facilities development impact fee schedule and amending the city fee schedule." With that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Bringing it up to council for questions. I have Councilwoman DeForest in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the clarity on our DIF fees. Could you just clarify, this is only for new builds? This won't impact anybody existing? This is only for new development, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And will projects in the queue, will they be grandfathered at the old fee, or will they be impacted by the new fee?
It could be both. So there might be some projects that may have been grandfathered into the old fees. It all depends when the application was approved. For new development coming into the queue that have not been approved, they will be subject to the fees at that time that the application is approved.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the last thing I have is, could you please on page 10 describe what the phase in is and the more dramatic increase in those two?
Yeah, so back in 2023, when we brought forward the Nexus study, the development impact fee had not been updated for quite some time. I believe the last study was done back in 2016, 2017. So the fees had not increased for a while. When we did the study and considering all the new facility needs, there was a significant increase in those land use type, so office as well as industrial. Considering that there was a big gap and the increase would have been significant at that time, one of the policies we proposed at that point in time is to phase in that increase in 3 years. So there's not such a significant impact on that at that point in time.
Thank you for the clarity and thank you for all the information. Appreciate it.
And it wouldn't be a finance night without a question from Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like to keep Javier on his toes. If you go back to slide 9, please. So the escalator that we have in place is capped at 4%.
Correct.
Does it have a floor?
No.
So it's unlimited on the downside and capped at 4 on the upside. So if we had a 2023 year, which was 13.4%, we're going to raise it 4% to cover that, and we're going to lose close to 10% of what it actually costs us to do all the construction for that development impact.
Correct.
And so at some point in the future, if that happens again, because we put this in place after that event. So right now since it's below 4% for the last 2 years, we're keeping up with inflation. And if it goes down dramatically, it'll go down with inflation. As long as we stay below 4% inflation, we're good. As soon as we exceed that, we're going to fall behind. We're never going to catch up. At some point, we're going to have to do an adjustment. Or would it automatically be picked up in the next Nexus study across 8 years?
It is likely something that we could discuss, and certainly it's a city council policy to make the change if we want to remove the cap and just follow the index moving forward, so that there's minimal impact to the city in terms of future costs.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to end up in a position where we've gone 8 years and we had that type of event happen in year one. We carried that all through 8 years, and then the regular everyday taxpayers of Murrieta then subsidize developers for another 7 years. Might be something we want to consider in future. Right now, it's not an issue. I don't see a big inflation on the horizon that's going to cause that same event, but something certainly to keep in our forefront of our minds as we're moving forward.
And certainly, so our next study will be bringing forward to you in fiscal year 27, 28. At that time, we could discuss the policy. This index during this time frame back in 21, 22, 23 was very unusual. I think primarily related to the pandemic and some of the funding that was available during that time that really shifted the cost of construction.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So prior to that has been really in the ones and twos.
When was the last study done?
23, fiscal year 23, 24.
And why are we doing it in 27, 28 if it's not due every 8 years?
Best practice, well, the most recent legislation recommend 8 years. In general, cities have brought this forward like every 5 years. So we could wait 8 years. Best practice we have done in our end is every 5 years.
If we didn't have the escalator in there, I would say, yeah, we probably need to do it more often. But with the escalator, how much does a study cost? Approximately. I know you don't have that at your fingertips.
I would say somewhere between 30 and 50,000.
I would say since we have the escalator in there, unless we hit an unusual time, I would say my personal opinion that we'd push it out to closer
to 8 years.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mayor. I just I was curious, how do we compare with other cities in our region here?
Yeah, I actually look at those numbers recently, and just to provide a little bit of context to answer that question, every DIF program for every city, it's different.
Right.
It's based on their needs. It's also based on the quantity of development they still have remaining. When I look at our city's DIF, primarily, for instance, office, commercial, industrial, we compare that to City of Temecula, Wildomar, Menifee, for instance, we're the lowest in terms of those fees. When we look at residential, it's a little bit tricky because ours is based on square footage. I noticed that these other agencies, they're still on a per unit basis. So it all based on square footage. So if I compare our fees, for instance, on a 1,500 square feet home, we're ranked somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Compared to the other agencies.
Okay. Wasn't everybody supposed to go to square feet instead of per unit? I remember that from a couple of years ago. Am I right?
The regulations allow agencies to keep per unit if they provide findings that is the best method of calculation for their own city.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. At this point, I will open the public hearing for this item. Madam City Clerk, is there any public testimony for this riveting topic?
Seeing none.
Thank you. Any more council deliberation or questions? Seeing none with no head nods, I will now close the public hearing. I'd like to call for a motion in a second. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holliday and a second by Councilwoman DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 4-0.
Thank you. And our last public hearing of the night is for fiscal year 2026, the citywide user fee schedule update. Who do we, oh, wow, you guys are still there.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. I am Ashley Lopez, the Accounting Manager, and sitting here with me is Javier Carcamo, Finance Director. I am here today to present the proposed update to the user fee schedule for fiscal year 26-27. Tonight's presentation will provide background on the user fee schedule and adjustments to the fees based on Consumer Price Index or CPI. Proposed changes to fees beyond the CPI, including fee increases and new fees, other matters on the fee schedule, and the estimated fiscal impact of the proposed fee update. We will conclude with the subsequent actions for this item and the recommended action. The most recent user fee study was adopted in March 2023, with the fees outlined in that study taking effect on July 1st, 2023. As part of that action, it was approved to increase fees annually by the lesser of CPI or 5% between user fee studies. These are recommended to be conducted every 5 years as best practice. This will be the third time we have updated fees based on CPI since the most recent user fee study. The next comprehensive user fee study is scheduled for fiscal year 2028-29 with an effective date of July 1st, 2028. It is considered best management practice to update user fees annually to keep pace with rising costs of providing those services. Without the annual fee increases, other general fund revenue sources would need to cover the cost of services provided to the public. Resolution number 23-4653 adopted the fiscal year 2023-24 user fee schedule, which includes an annual inflation adjustment based on the CPI for the Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario area. The city uses the year-over-year percentage change from January to January, and the January 25 to January 26 CPI is 3.2%. And with every update, staff from all departments are asked if they have a request to update fees outside of the standard annual CPI adjustment. I will provide an overview of those fee updates on these next few slides. So Building and Safety is proposing to add a square footage escalator for reviewing garages that exceed 1,500 square feet. Currently, a 5,000 square foot garage is assessed the same fee as a 1,501 square foot garage, which does not reflect the additional plan review and inspection effort required for larger structures. The following additions are associated with Development Review Services program to be established in the upcoming fiscal year. First, city staff is proposing to add the fully burdened hourly rate for a new position, Development Review Coordinator. Second, staff proposes establishing a deposit requirement for the new program. The Development Review Services program is designed to provide applicants or developers with a single point of contact and coordinated support across multiple city departments, helping projects move through the approval process faster and with fewer delays. Lastly, staff is proposing to change the permit with planning approval inspection fee to actual cost. This will be consistent with similar inspection fees. The current fee does not reflect the staff time required to perform the service. Engineering is proposing to add 2 fully burdened hourly rates for positions that have not appeared in the user fee schedule before. The positions are Senior Civil Engineer and Civil Engineering Assistant. The hall permit security deposit is proposed to be removed. This fee was intended to be used if a hauling contractor dumped a load on the street and failed to pick it up. This deposit is collected but has never been used to clean up the mess, and the deposit is fully refundable. All permits are issued only for active grading permits, so the city can have the mess cleaned if necessary through the grading contractor. Therefore, the hall permit security deposit is no longer necessary. Planning proposes adding 2 new fees. The first is in lieu parking fees These were previously adopted by resolution number 19-4053. The fees are for the acquisition, development, and/or maintenance of a public off-street parking program in the Murrieta downtown specific plan area. While these fees were previously approved, they have not appeared in the user fee schedule. The second fee proposed for addition is the revolving loan fees. This includes an application fee and a loan origination fee as part of the revolving loan fund program, previously adopted by the City Council on March 17, 2026. The program provides early stage financing for affordable housing units in the city. The fire department proposes to add 4 fees to the user fee schedule. They are proposing to add a truck company standby fee, similar to the engine company standby fee, but for their ladder truck that requires an additional firefighter. These fees are not charged for accidental fires and are only applied when the fire department's presence is due to an illegal activity. They are also proposing to add an expedite plan check fee for 50% of the original plan check fee. Building and Safety has an existing fee to expedite, so the same rate was used. The last 2 fees proposed to be added are violation penalties and without necessary permit fees. Both of these fees are in the Murrieta Municipal Code. The addition to the user fee schedule is to increase transparency. Parks and Recreation currently has a fee for instructor-led classes that shows a range of $1.07 to $235.04. Staff is proposing to change this to be rate set by instructor. The city currently charges the instructor rates, so the new presentation will be more accurate than the large range. Community Services has added 2 new positions, Senior Recreation Supervisor and Senior Recreation Coordinator, and proposes adding the fully burdened hourly rate to the user fee schedule. They are also proposing to remove the Special Events Coordinator's hourly rate, as the position is no longer used. In the miscellaneous section of the user fee schedule, the electrical vehicle charging rate is proposed to increase from 23 cents per kilowatt hour to 29 cents per kilowatt hour. The current rate does not fully recover costs based on the original projections. Therefore, an updated cost analysis was conducted to support the proposed rate adjustment. Here are several key points to note regarding the fee schedule. Town Square Park fees will be presented separately at the April 21st council meeting and therefore are not included in the proposed user fee schedule. Second, the United States Mint ended production of the penny on November 12, 2025. As a result of this, staff is proposing that fees that can be paid by cash are rounded down to the nearest 5-cent increment, as shown in the proposed user fee schedule. Engineering, fire, and development services fees cannot be paid in cash, so they will continue to be rounded to the nearest 1 cent. The last thing to note is that fees set by other agencies will not be a part of this update. The fiscal impact of the fee increase was estimated by annualizing revenue from charges for services collected between July and December 2025 and applying a 3.2% CPI adjustment. Based on this methodology, the projected fiscal impact is $263,089, assuming activities levels remain consistent with the trends observed during that period. While revenues are expected to increase, the cost of providing services is also anticipated to rise at a comparable rate. It is important to note that the annual increases are not new revenues, but rather the increases used to keep up with rising costs. If the fees are adopted today, the updated fees will take 60 days to become effective and will be implemented on July 1st, 2026. Staff recommends conducting a public hearing and adopting the fiscal year 2026-27 fee schedule. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Bring it up to council for questions. Mr. Holliday, you're up.
Thank you for the presentation. Is that your first time presenting, Ashley?
Maybe like 4th, 3rd.
Congratulations, you did a good job. Could you go back to the slide for the CPI chart, please? Which CPI are we using?
So we're using the Riverside San Bernardino, Ontario So this is just from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
But you have two, are we using the all items, the all items less food and energy?
I believe all items?
All items? Yeah, because the all items surprisingly is less than the all items less food and energy, which is usually the other way around most times. But okay, and then go back one more slide. So this picture here, that full cost of the service revenue from the current fees, do we have those numbers?
So we did a full user fee study in 23-24. So we determined the full cost of service at that time.
And we're recouping the full cost.
Yeah, so as long as we keep up with inflation, we are recouping full cost.
So
For
there
most
is,
things, so
there is no real substantial city subsidy.
there are some services that we subsidize, like library or those kind of things.
But nothing substantial.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Warren.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that everybody, that I understand this correctly, that this is cost recovery associated with providing services. This is not to make extra money. This is just to keep up with the rising costs that we're paying for permits, inspections, let's say library fees, park and rec programs, renting space. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mayor.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, is there any public testimony?
Seeing none.
Thank you. I already, I promise. And then bringing it back for, sorry, I meant to say open. You're right. I said the wrong word. All these words. Bringing it back to council for any final questions or considerations. I don't think there's going to be any. Now we will close the public hearing. I'd like to call for a motion in a second. I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Holliday. What? Oh, and a second by Councilwoman DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you very much.
4-0.
Okay, next up, we have the review, establish, and appoint representatives to City Council for subcommittees and city-affiliated organizations. I believe we have 2 staff members present to help us out with this, and Justin close by in tow. So.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Kristen Crane, Assistant City Manager, and this evening, City Clerk Crystal McDonald and I will walk you through this item, and I believe City Manager Clifton will also add some comments. During the February 26th Special City Council workshop and also at the March 3rd City Council meeting, the City Council requested that we bring back an item to consider whether to create several City Council ad hoc subcommittees and also to appoint a City Council member to represent the city for advocacy related to higher education. So this report tonight, we're going to address these topics. And for the format, what we're going to do is review each one of the potential ad hoc subcommittees by itself. We'll talk it through, what we understand it to be, and then give an opportunity for public comment and for the City Council to discuss it, and then to determine if we want to proceed with that subcommittee and to appoint the individuals to that subcommittee. So rather than going through all of them and then kind of coming back, we're going to just kind of go one by one is what we're proposing as an outline. Also, we are proposing with relationship to establishment of the committee that we have some good clarity from the City Council on what you're envisioning as the purpose of each of the subcommittees and what the scope is, what the role is for staff, and how those committees fit within our overall other City Council priorities. So we can hear that from you as we're going forward. And before I jump in, I believe that City Manager wants to say a few words.
Real quick, if I could add just one thing on the organizational. So with the individual committees, we'll do those as you stated. And if there's any public that want to comment just as a general, we'll take that first as we lead into the overall discussion, but then get into like very discrete and specific comments and questions from the public on each topic. And then Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Holliday had a question or a comment.
Yeah, just not talking about any specific committee. Do you know how many committees we currently have? Pop quiz.
As a matter of fact, we do.
I expected you might.
Are you asking just for subcommittees, or are you asking also for city affiliated?
Probably the total.
Yes.
Ad hoc committees.
So subcommittees right
Not
now.
commissions. No, not commissions.
No, not commissions.
Not like RCA, WRCOG, not any of those.
We have 5 subcommittees. And we have for city affiliated, let's see. Is animal control. CTC. We have 9 city affiliated. Yes. We have 9 city affiliated.
Does that include RCA and WRCOG
Yes.
and those?
That includes RCA and what else?
WRCOG?
Yes. Yes.
And LAFCO and?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not looking for those. So we have 5 ad hoc committees, and then
Correct.
we have the Southwest Elected Collaborative.
That's included in the 5.
That's included in the
Yeah,
5.
it's a miscellaneous, but I included in the 5 for
Okay.
sake of discussion.
Okay, perfect. Because to my colleagues, I would suggest that, we have a limited amount of staff time, limited amount of resources. I would suggest that if we choose to add some new committees tonight, that we start those new committees when one of these other ones drop off, because we have a couple that are ready to go away, right?
That is my understanding, Mr. City
Code
Manager.
enforcement and Town Square Park are due to go off. So I would suggest that instead of adding a whole bunch here at the end, is that we kind of time those so that we're not inundating staff with subcommittees all at once, if you guys agree.
With that, I think Justin's going to elaborate and opine on the tone for tonight and what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, that's essentially where I'd like to just spend another moment. Assistant City Manager Kristen Crane mentioned that we're looking for input on how this fits in with existing priorities. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, you know that we really have quite a large list. And generally speaking, when we go through our prioritization, which we did recently, there's kind of a real lagging and leading component to those priorities. And some of those are, even though we're talking about progress, still have some runway left before they're done, while others we might introduce to elevate from, say, a tier 3 or 2 to a higher tier, with the intent of them kind of coming in behind, so to speak, all of those things that are already in motion. So during our discussion in the priority setting workshop, we did seek feedback and get some agreement from council that for those items that are being elevated, that it's mostly the intent of council that those things come in behind those things that we already started. So if we look at something like design standards, just as an example, we believe that feedback means to continue the work we've started on things like the keyhole overlay zone or the Madison specific plan, but then also when the time comes to introduce this new item. Where we need a little bit of clarity then, if we're going to discuss forming these ad hoc committees, is the intent to do those things kind of in parallel, to start it now? Is the intent to maybe appoint members of that committee, but allow some time before that committee convenes? I appreciate the discussion about how those may overlap with existing committees already formed, because that's one way to look at it. But the broader sense is also those other priorities and making sure that we aren't doing so many of them simultaneously that we fall back into a pattern where we're really making such incremental progress that we aren't finishing many things. So if, in fact, it's council's desire to move forward with all the ad hoc subcommittees, the second thing that staff would ask is that either some leniency in when we commence that work, and or a fairly narrow scope, at least initially, so that we can do what we've always done with these priorities, which is kind of manage them in a sequence that enables us to dedicate full time and attention to those that are already in progress, while deferring some of the others until we have a little space on the agenda, so to speak. So anything council can do to help us keep that moving smoothly and not have too many things kind of going concurrently would be helpful.
All right, we have a report on this, kind of a high level, quick and easy.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, can we do public comment in general? Just not for the specifics?
General comment about the interest of the committees.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And that would be Mr. Kassenklein.
Come on up.
Thank you. Love the opening comment because that goes along with what I was going to say. So in keeping with the musical theme, Pink Floyd's 1979 album, The Wall, from the song Another Brick in the Wall, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? So how can we pile on more, 5, maybe 6 more ad hoc subcommittees when we've got 5 outstanding and 9 total? So I'm real pleased to hear with where we're going. And this is something Justin talked about this year's goal setting session. I've talked about this on several previous year goal setting sessions about prioritizing, and we can't just keep adding these things and we're not adding staff. Staff isn't working more hours. We can't ask them to do that, yet we still have these projects. So what are the true priorities? And one of the things that seems to be lacking, my opinion, from nobody's fault, when we do these things, there seems to be a lack of a defined scope and then a term. How long is it that we want to do this, right? So is this going to be a 6-month? Is this going to be a 5-year like the Hillside ordinance? And then deadlines. And so those are some of the things that came to mind when I saw this on the agenda. So October 27th, 2021 is when staff opened up the project for the Hillside Preservation Ordinance. Now that's not a subcommittee, but these are things that our staff are working on, and it takes staff time. The Code Enforcement Policy Ad Hoc Subcommittee is Pro Tem Holiday mentioned, was established April 2nd of 2024. That's floating out there. That's something that I talked about with 2 of the council members when they originally ran for city council during their first terms. Something else that, again, is not a subcommittee, but the Murrieta Fire and Rescue Equestrian Evacuation Planning meeting, which was a community meeting, was held on October 7th of 2024, and that was about large animal evacuation. And while I appreciate our our fire chief has incorporated volunteers for evacuation with the county rear system, there's been no follow-up with the community group that I'm aware of and the people that I've spoken to. One of them's my little sister, about that. So what is that plan? These are all things that are just kind of floating out there and talking about scope, right? So a perfect example of scope creep is the Hillside Preservation Ordinance. So these are things that as you continue with these individual or specific ad hoc subcommittees, I think staff, the public, needs direction, specificity from the 5 of you, if I may briefly, from the 5 of you of exactly what is it that we're trying to accomplish, right? What is the scope going to be? What is the end goal? Hear from Justin, how much time do you need for this? And then set a deadline and let's stay on it. So that's just my general comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. We are going to take a recess real quick, just for the girls in the back. I know you didn't probably come here for the finance discussion. We're going to do the Equestrian Center topic first, just so you guys know there's you'll be up first when we come back, okay? After the presentation. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less. Okay, we're back.
We're back. Are we? Yeah.
All present and accounted for. We're now reconvening. 6:20, 6:21. All right. Okay. Back to the presentation. Please continue.
Okay. So we are going to start with the Equestrian Center topic. So the Equestrian Center, evaluating its condition and the necessary rehabilitation work, as well as identifying long-term solutions for that facility, has been identified as a City Council Tier 1 priority. And during the February workshop, The council reaffirmed the need to address the Equestrian Center's current condition and its future. And then at the March 3rd council meeting, Councilmember DeForest requested consideration to form a subcommittee to address the current condition of the Equestrian Center and its future. So our understanding of the subcommittee's purpose, which we want to clarify, so this is just kind of a shot in the dark at what we were kind of understanding this might be about, is to review options for the direction of the Equestrian Center based on cost, current conditions, council strategic alignment, and future usage, and then to provide a recommendation to the city council. But again, that's what part of what we would want to get feedback from all of you on, is if we want to have this subcommittee and what the focus would be for its purpose.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holliday, you have a question?
Is the roof structure been fixed to the point that the building is not degrading any longer?
There are multiple buildings on that facility.
Okay.
And we have done some minor roof repairs on some of the smaller out structures, I'll call them, like the house up on the hill. But no, we have not done any further roof repair work on any of the main buildings that I'm thinking of, which is the U-shaped barn and the other barn facility. So we have done some analysis around the cost for that, are kind of ready to proceed, but we also want to have an assessment done of the Adobe. I have internally had some good feedback on what they're thinking the condition is of the Adobe, but I want to further assess that out and then move forward. So that's where we're at with the roof.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other. Oh, Councilwoman DeForest. Nick of time.
Thank you. I was just clarifying the scope of when I brought this forward. The scope would be a short time for the ad hoc committee to meet to come to some conclusions on what needed to be done immediately and put a action plan together for the Equestrian Center, so we don't find ourselves behind with some of the deferred maintenance that has been continued throughout the years. So I wasn't thinking this would be an ad hoc committee that would go on for eternity. I was thinking a short burst of activity to focus on the issues, the problems, and the solutions.
Okay, so actually I'd want to just further clarify. So internally as a team, bringing together building and our community services staff and staff from Public Works Maintenance, we've done an evaluation and have started a pretty good list. And I think I shared with you at the workshop that it's like in the range of $500,000 to $750,000, which does include the roof work estimates. I was thinking at the subcommittee vision was to talk then about the long-term plan.
That as well.
You say no. Oh,
that as well. I didn't know that all that was done, but yes. And then the long-term plan and the future of the Equestrian Center.
Okay.
I'll jump in. So I think I'm with you on the long-term plan, but I think that idea is going to be determined off what you guys have found, right? So if it's how much you unpack and have to do with the internal findings may dictate which direction the long-term plan takes us, or at least conceptually where we think it should go. So Councilwoman DeForest, are you okay with the concept of the internal report kind of being presented, and then if the committee's created, having that long-term plan being the only goal?
I think that it would be very good to put a committee together to see what the issues are, right? To actually be able to dive deep into what the staff has already discussed and found, and then allow that committee to go further with future goals and ideas to bring back to council.
That would seem like a long runway. So what would the timeline be you recommend on that?
I would say 6 months.
Okay. All right. Any other no other council. Let's bring Mr. Holliday.
On that point, wouldn't it be more expeditious to just have them present that to all of council so we can make a decision on the repairs and the direction, and then have the ad hoc committee go forth with getting into the details of what it could be used for?
But if we don't bring up the end goal first, then I think we're going to jump around too much. I think if we have a little bit more focus, if we have this option, this option, and this option, these are the options it's going to cost us. I think that will get us to the target much faster. And I don't think that it's going to take the ad hoc many meetings to get to that point.
How many meetings would you think?
Well, depends on how effective our meetings are.
Always. I'm just, because there is really two issues that we're dealing with here. Is the one issue is the immediate needs. We don't want that building to fall in more disrepair than it currently is. It's a somewhat of a historic structure, and it has needs today. But once we get into that discussion of what it's going to cost to at least get it to where it's not being degraded anymore, there's a possibility, I think it's a slim one, that you say, you know what, we don't have the money to do that, and if it deteriorates, it deteriorates. That is a choice.
Well, I think that right now the house roof structure is stabilized, and I think the only thing that's really not stabilized at this point is the barn, is the horseshoe barn that's not. So as time goes on, of course, the adobe could be degrading, right? But it's been degrading for a while, so it's not like
years.
It's not like we're going to do anything quickly if they bring us that it needs $100,000 to put on a metal roof over the structure. I don't think as a council we would be ready to do that, knowing what is our long-term goal with this project.
Which we don't know what it is.
Which we don't know what it is, right?
Okay, thank you.
We can continue that. I mean, and we'll hear from public and deliberate from there. So there's no more public or council comments or questions. Can we have public comment now?
Casson Klein.
So the challenge is, again, Ron, I think you nailed it, right? We have short-term and long-term, but the question is, so of the 500 to 750,000, what does that get us? Then what? And for the long-term, what are we going to do with the barn or the adobe house? How does that play into the plan, which we have a plan that a community group did back in, I think it was 2017. And Lisa, I love that you said 6 months, but how do we determine that? How do we know how many staff hours? Is that a reasonable amount of time? Does staff need more than 6 months to come back to you with what that plan is? I mean, something I've talked about again for quite a while is, exploring a public-private partnership. What is the highest and best use for this asset, right? While it was purchased, the previous council was kind of under the gun, right? Randy Haskins from Pasha Investments came and said, hey, look, I've got this and I'm going to sell it unless you want it. And the council, not criticizing them, without doing due diligence, they purchased it to save it for the city. And now we're stuck with it. We can't sell it because of SLA. We're strapped for money and all these other priorities. So what is the highest and best use? And that might not be, and if my little sister were here, she wouldn't be happy with me, but many of you know how she and I fight, right? The highest and best use for the equestrian center may not be an equestrian center. So, in the subcommittee, should you be looking at a public-private partnership for an alternative use? I happen to think so. As I've said many times publicly, I think it would be a great luxury RV resort, considering we could keep a portion of it as equestrian and considering all the tourism. Something else that came about in a discussion with a couple of people from some phone calls and discussions I had with the controversy surrounding the mule is there's a lot of question from the public of what are the rules and regulations at the equestrian center now? Is it open for public day use? So have we done a reasonable and adequate job of publicizing what can and can't be done at the equestrian center? Yeah, so long-term versus an ultimate goal versus short-term. And I don't have the answer for that, but that's something that I think needs to be ironed out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Lee Volmar, and Mr. Mayor, If it's the pleasure, if you could please grant them 5 minutes.
4 minutes and 59 seconds. Oh, yeah, 5 minutes is fine, yeah.
Hi, my name is Amy Lee Volmar, and I'm the activity director at Murrieta Mesa High School. And I'm actually going to send this over to my leadership for Student Senate. They're going to talk a little bit about the Equestrian Center and what they did. And I definitely know Mr. Klein, and I definitely know Camber, his little sister. So we'll talk a little bit about what we did and what we think should happen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Lavelle, Mayor Pro Tem Holliday, Councilmember DeForest, Councilmember Stone, and Councilmember Warren, and all sitting city members. My name is Rebecca Song, and I am proud to represent Murrieta Mesa High School Senate Leadership Class as the Philanthropy Commissioner. I'm here with Emily Gibson, Cassidy Randall, and Erica Proper, the upcoming elect board for Senate leadership. May we please approach the board with some photos of our project? So Senate is a student leadership program focused on community service, teamwork, and making a positive impact throughout Murrieta and our community. Our class is dedicated to identifying local needs and leading projects that benefit the community while also developing our skills in planning, organizing, and leading others. For this equestrian project, our goal was to improve the safety and conditions for the equestrian community in our city. The local equestrian center is more than just a place to ride. It serves as a critical resource for the community during high fire risk periods, providing safe shelter and care for horses when fires threaten surrounding areas. Unfortunately, outdated fencing and unsanitary feeders pose safety and health risks for both riders and horses. To address these issues, we began with careful planning and outreach. We reached out to the city of Murrieta and Ms. Leah Kolek for guidance, who has been a tremendous help. And thanks to Ms. Kimmy Felipe and Ms. Kelly Byer, we applied for a microgrant through Chick-fil-A Leadership Program, which provided $250. In addition to this, we organized a fundraiser at Chick-fil-A that raised an additional $350 to support this cause. We also contacted local businesses to request donations of supplies and support. With these resources, we were able to implement tangible improvements. Our team painted the arena fencing, removed unsafe items, and upgraded areas that were previously unhygienic or not regularly maintained. Through these efforts, we hoped not only to strengthen the facility physically, but also to enhance its role as a safe and reliable resource during emergencies as well as daily use. Our goal was to ensure that the Equestrian Center remains a secure place for horses and riders, especially during fire risk events, while providing a cleaner and more welcoming environment for daily care and training. This project reflects the mission of our Senate leadership class: to identify community needs, lead projects that create meaningful impact, and develop young leaders who care about the safety and well-being of others. We are proud to have contributed, and we are extremely grateful for the support of the city and Chick-fil-A in making this project possible and a success. Thank you.
Just so you're aware, so all of my students, Rebecca was, oh gosh, I don't like this part. I have a teacher voice. Rebecca, who's my philanthropy commissioner and is vice president-elect, Emily, who is president-elect, Cassidy, who's philanthropy chair-elect, and Erica, who is secretary-elect, are the ones who are in charge of my student leadership. And our student leadership for Senate is all service-based. So we do, ironically, a lot of things that were talked about this at the beginning of presentations. We have a blood drive coming up where you can tell if you're an Oregon participant or not at the end of the month. We are doing Safe Driving Week, which connects to prom week in the next 2 weeks. And this is the group that would actually do that. So I made them come and just share what they did and how their community efforts are affected in the philanthropy of sitting out there for 8.5 hours painting with 30 kids, painting that large arena. My daughter is an equestrian, actually. She was a hunter jumper for many years and trained under Mr. Klein's little sister for many, many years. And to us and to me, the impact of this particular project is astounding. Camber had a fire near her house, and we were able to move all 25 of our horses to the Equestrian Center for safety, which is one piece. And then my daughters actually rode in that arena. And so the fact that the council has taken on the footing and making sure that that's dragged for safety for horses is pretty amazing. And I fell into the equestrian world because my child liked it. I'm a volleyball player by nature. So, and one other thing, I know I have 30 seconds. We are the only school in the Valley that is part of the Chick-fil-A Leadership Academy, which is a whole year program where we worked with Chick-fil-A and did this work together and set up goals and met that through. So I just wanted you to see high school students making a difference, and you can trust 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, I promise. So.
That's very reassuring. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sitting through 2.5 hours of finance updates for the city. That is sheer discipline in my opinion. So thank you for your comments and thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if you have adults who need to be on the ad hoc, I'll volunteer to be a contributor to that.
There you go. Public-private partnership.
There it is.
Any other public comments?
That concludes public comments for this section.
Okay, thank you very much. Bringing it back up to discussion for council. Kind of an open floor, I guess. Councilwoman DeForest.
I'd really like to see this go forward. I think there is definitely a need for this. And I would certainly serve on this, being that's in my district and that I have equestrian IV drip as we speak. So, I would certainly make this as quick as possible to try to limit staff time and not to digress into other subjects.
Before I let Mr. Holliday talk, would you be open to, rather than a window of time, a number of meetings for a deliverable, I guess?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think that, but really,
I don't know if I have the number either. I just think that would, I think that would be a better gauge. So if you have X to spend, right, with time,
right,
you know how meaningful those meetings are, rather than a 6-month window where you could maybe do one meeting, or you could pack in 30 meetings in that 6-month window where you have like, I can do this.
Well, certainly,
by the fifth one I need to know.
You know me, that if I'm on something, we don't have time to mess around because I don't have anything open in my schedule. So for me to commit to something like this is going to be, let's get it done. So you're supposed to give the busiest person in the room and they'll get it done. So
you're saying 3 meetings? No.
Okay, let's do it. 4. 4. Can we say? Are we naming that tune or something, John, here?
So is that so it's a motion to create the committee, but we still haven't defined, I think there was still kind of an open comment of the short-term, long-term, which I just saying this out loud, I think we probably should have, because we have information that may help the creation of the committee, and even what it's called. You may not need a short-term committee if that unpacks it for you and really your options. And you bring in things like the SLA, what we can and can't do, the public-private partnership, but at a very high level, what hypothetically would be a good use, just without, a crazy deep dive. But those are just my thoughts. Mr. Holliday.
Let me make a suggestion, because I do support this. I would be interested in serving on that committee. While I don't have the IV drip, my wife does. And I would encourage whoever is appointed to this committee that there are several residents, including Camber and my wife and others in the community, that would like to have a moment to share their thoughts. And I would certainly want to get that input. Not that I
think that's a great idea to open it actually up for one meeting in the meetings of community output, because I know a lot of people from the Olive Hill, because their properties back right into that, are very, very concerned on what that's going to be.
Yep.
And people directly across the street from it as well. So I think
in the logistics of it, though, what I would suggest is, instead of setting a set number of meetings this second, is that we can agree that we want to create this, and then at the end, once we get all the subcommittees in that we're going to do, and we've agreed to which ones we're creating, then we say, okay, this one goes first, this one goes second, this one has to wait till that one falls off, that type of thing, if you
Right.
guys are agreeable to that.
Yeah, Kristen, just kind of, I know that you've done a lot of work in this. What do you think would be realistic and time frame to move this forward?
I think that the idea of 4 meetings feels like a good amount of time for us to share, where are we at? What do we already know from our list? Maybe a tour, maybe one of the meetings is gauging, like inviting some community stakeholders to have a discussion and then using a couple meetings to formulate, okay, now what? And then you could report back to the council to say, okay, here's what we learned and here's what we're thinking at that point, and then decide on what to do next. I appreciate what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Holliday was saying about evaluating at the end, but I also know that a year ago, we were wanting to really make sure we don't delay on improvements because every significant rain event is not good for the facility. And so that's the piece about the timing as well. Like, we're ready to move forward with some of that work, that some of it's pretty basic stuff. It is to keep it from getting worse, but, like, we focused on safety and making sure it wasn't going to further deteriorate. And so that would be just a thought about the timing of that and how we order it.
Will you need the ad hoc committee to do that part of it?
We don't need that, but I was hearing that was something that the committee might be interested in, was seeing what was on that list before we proceeded.
I agree. I think that is true. But if it's something that the rain is going to make worse, and everyone agrees that this, I guess, in this open discussion, that would be more of an operational fix than a committee concern, I guess.
I don't think we're going to do anything before this next rain, right? And I don't really know if there's going to be much rain after this next rain. I mean, because we're really raining kind of later in the year. So
yeah.
I don't think that.
All I was thinking, I don't think, do you want to wait to address that problem for the committee to opine on it, or just?
Well, why don't we see where we put this as a priority, and then we can go from there.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so still with the discussion, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we put together the Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee.
I will second that with the understanding that it'll get prioritized of the start date and stuff at the end.
Of our discussion tonight.
And this is just for the creation of the committee, not the members. Okay. Let's vote.
You're on second.
Yeah, he's second.
Motion carries unanimously for the establishment of the Equestrian Center.
Committee.
That's right. That's done deal. That was fast. We're good at it. Yeah.
So now, Kristen, is now the committee member discussion for the individual. So
May I suggest that you assign committees? I mean, we're putting it as, Kimberly is putting it as interest is brought forward, but if we could maybe do it at the end, depending on.
That's fine. I'm asking, not telling. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. These are just note taking right now. Yes.
Okay. Next up, I'd like to do the tour to Murrieta. Mr. Ernie is sitting in the sitting patiently. Yeah. I was like, is he here for horses or bicycles?
So yes, again, at the February workshop, this was another topic that City Councilmember Stone proposed establishing a subcommittee related to reviewing the partnership between the city and Tour de Murrieta. As you know, this is a city signature event that promotes tourism in the city and contributes to our local economy. And the city had previously identified working with the Tour de Murrieta organizers to explore the potential for expanded partnerships as a Tier 2 project. And actually during this year and leading up to the Tour de Murrieta, which just occurred, this reflected this idea of looking at a more expanded community-oriented Tour de Murrieta with hosting race weekend events, which included a community 5K that was hosted by another nonprofit, as well as the concert in a park that happened on the Saturday. So if the council established this committee, the staff is seeking some direction from the council as far as the scope and the vision for its purpose, as well as clarification again on the prioritization of this item with regard to the other priorities.
Okay, thank you very much for that context. Council questions. We're going to have Ms. Warren go first.
I wish Councilmember Stone were here so she could tell us exactly what her thoughts were on what she wanted. Since I found out today or yesterday she wasn't going to be here, I did call Ernie today and I asked him a couple of questions. And he said that he thinks a status quo, a committee to make sure that the funding is going to be there and that that the race would continue, that making the event bigger was not, at top of his list, but just that the race continues to grow at a steady pace and that the city continue to support it. And that's what he would like the ad hoc committee to review and to make sure that that's still standing and that's what our purpose is. And that's what he had said to me today. So I didn't know what Lori's idea was on this. She didn't say anything to any of us. I don't know, maybe she did, but I'm not quite sure where she was going with that. But I do believe that Mr. Sanchez wants to keep it as is and, grow it slowly, but, not make it a huge event. But I don't know. I don't know what Lori's thoughts, plans were on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holliday.
I think I would suggest that we table this one till she can be here at the next meeting. Just because part of me says, what was done at the last Tour de Murrieta was great.
Yeah.
I like that expansion. I don't know that it needs to grow at a rapid pace. But again, I don't know what her plans were, and I think she needs to speak to that. The discussion about funding and other stuff is a whole separate issue besides what we're talking about. I think this year's Tour de Murrieta was great. I have no complaints about it at all, as I've not had of any of them.
I did talk to Lori briefly. The establishment of the committee with the, we don't really know how much more the city would do to make the event grow organically and responsibly, I guess. And the addition of those, the concert and the run, I thought that was brilliant. She was agreeable to this being a very short runway for the committee. So I would, knowing that the committee to be created, I think I'd put a meeting window cap on it. So, 5 to 6 meetings with a very discrete objective of, if we're gonna support it more, quantify that statement. What does it mean? And then I also think, and I'll wait for Ernie's input on this one, but this one we can establish without waiting and push it off because we have a whole year now to and I think we had some effort last year come in after much later than, throughout the whole year before we actually had some tangible topics to discuss and review. But Justin, you could probably weigh in.
Maybe just for a quick anecdote that highlights that dynamic, you're right. So it was at another previous goal setting session where that item was elevated from tier 3 to tier 2. So not quite the extent of priority that's been requested now. But that said, we identified a handful of initial steps, primarily reviewing with the city of Redlands what they had done, because they have quite a premier race and an extensive kind of community event around that race. And I think based on the concept of kind of finding some space on the workflow agenda before we commenced that work, it was probably 6 or 8 months later after the item was elevated that we actually went and visited with Redlands, generating a handful of the ideas that were implemented at this recent tour, including the additional race and the concert. So I think your suggestion that you could create the committee and then kind of meter the work however we need to may work depending on the goal, right? If the goal is to get out in front of the next race because we're proposing some substantial changes, that might require getting started soon. If it's similar to what we did this last year and just putting our heads together on a couple things that would add community value to the event, that could probably wait for a little while.
Would we need that many meetings that you were saying?
No, I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
And he'll probably be able to speak on that.
I'd like to ask Ernie some questions if I could.
Oh, yeah. You have another.
Thank you for being here.
You bet. Good evening.
So did you go out to the Redlands race? Have you been out to that one?
It starts this Wednesday, starts tomorrow. They're
It
going to get
starts
some
tomorrow.
rain. We didn't get rain. Yeah.
Thank God for that. I got a bizarre question for you. What would we need to do to make Tour de Murrieta exceed what Redlands does?
You'd have to find a new coordinator because I'm about ready to pull the plug.
That may answer our question right there.
I hear Leah's looking for work. You know, 21 years ago, we were invited to start this race. And we started with a 3-day. Then apathy brought us to a 2-day. And I think we have a very successful 2-day. But to answer your question, what would it take? We already used 75 volunteers to make the race happen for 2 days. So clearly it would take more volunteers for an additional day. Could it be done? Sure. There's been some ideas, some to better impact the local businesses, like how about an evening race on Friday? The infrastructure's there. We already paid for the barricades. The porta pots are there. The course is there. Would that lend itself for a city government evening wine festival and dinner watching this?
I'm sold. You said wine.
There you go. And I only say wine because when a few of us traveled to Redlands, they discussed the opportunity to network with local businesses and government other than just the community that comes out on the weekends. So what would it take? Not too much to do something like that on a Friday evening after City Hall closes at 5. It runs into the evening. We'd have to have a little bit more dome lights at certain locations, but it's something that's done in many communities, and it's a great event. My purpose today, and hopefully with your permission, I can give you guys an overview of what I thought I was here to present earlier in the public comments. So the race weekend, first of all, thank you to the Chief Henry, Chief Malloy for their staff. I saw Chief Malloy out there doing some undercover boss on one of the days, and he came by to say hi, but the event I think went really well because of their help, municipal services, everybody here, Brian and city manager's office, and unfortunately Patrick's gone to come and explore Murrieta. We had 683 participants over 2 days. 13 different states were represented, 4 different countries, 152 kids, give or take, about 2,000 to 2,500 spectators over the 2 days. I checked the live stream that's still not live, but it's still on the YouTube platform. It has over 10,000 views of people that watched the race. But here's the thing, and I know some of you are number folks, so I brought something that I wanted to show you today. I'll clean it up, I promise. These are surveys that were done of the participants while they were checking in. And it was just one question they were asked. During race weekend, where did you stay? Circle 1. A hotel, Airbnb with a local friend, a motorhome, RV, or none of the above. Out of these almost 700 participants, 153 chose to do the survey. Out of those 153, I was pleasantly surprised to find out that 69 occupied rooms in the city of Murrieta, 18 rented Airbnbs in the area, 8 were in motorhomes, 22 were with friends, and the rest just didn't answer. I didn't do the survey. We had the people at registration do it. We had them count it. These are actually blanks to represent the survey, but the actual survey responses are here for your inspection if anybody would like to take a look at them. And why do I bring that up? Because last year when Patrick Ellis and his team awarded us the Chamber of Commerce tourism partner, I said, for 18 rooms? And he said, who told you 18 rooms? I said, well, when I checked in with the hotel, that's what they said. And I know some of you have checked there as well. And that's a great thing because when we were at the shakeout ride and I spoke to the general manager, he said, hey, people are asking about lodging. And I said, you know, I want to know what your lodging is too. And he said, it's hard to track because we offer a certain period where people can call and get a discount and use the code TDM to get the discount. But most people that booked must have booked outside because I see a lot of bike racks here, but We have none that booked during that period. And that goes with the bike reg company that we use for our event. 1 week before our event, there was only 90 people registered for our event. 90 people. Was I nervous? Absolutely. But by the day it closed, which was Thursday, 2 days before the event started, we had 345 for each day, almost 700. I encountered a similar situation at the Holiday Inn Express. I got a call from a gentleman that was there. I happened to be here at City Hall helping set up some barricades. And they said, hey, we're at the Holiday Inn Express and they don't know anything about Murrieta code. I said, I'll be right there. So I went over there and I asked the gentleman, hey, he had his bike and trying to check in. And the gentleman at the front counter said, we're booked. So what do you mean you're booked? We're booked to capacity. Sorry. And I said, oh, that's not something you need to apologize for. I said, can you give me an idea how many people are here for the Tour de Murrieta? And he says, we can't. And he says, why? Same reason. And you know what he told me next is, you may want to count bike racks in the parking lot to get an idea. Well, that's not. I think my archaic survey is probably a better way. But I mentioned that because last year when Patrick Ellis brought that up as to why we were awarded that tourism partner, I was going under the idea we had booked 16 rooms. Well, now checking, 16 people that booked during that period where it was open. But like the gentleman Martin Greenwood said at the resort, we can't leave that open forever because we also have to sell rooms at full pop or increase prices. So I was here to say, I know you guys are looking at an ad hoc committee. And like I said to Cindy, transparent today when she called me, I said, we have a great event. An ad hoc committee can just maybe make it better. Better doesn't mean an additional day or 2 additional days. It could. It depends what the city's looking for. It depends what you're looking for in business economic impact for the community. This year we had a traffic safety expo that I know Chief Henry will appreciate. 6-to-1 e-bikes are outselling regular pedal bikes. And I'm on most platforms that you're on because I see your guys' comments as I live in your areas. People have concerns with e-bikes. It's not e-bikes, it's e-devices. It's the e-motorcycles, it's the illegal motorcycles. And in combination with stakeholders that were at the expo, including Supervisor Washington, who happened to come on board as a sponsor because he too says he's getting a lot of complaints from his constituents. He wants to get in front of it. So I think there's different things to consider for the ad hoc committee. And we learned when we went to the city of Redlands, what the impact is. And I think we came away with that knowing we don't need a bike race in our community. We need a community festival that just happens to have a bike race involved. And I think that's what we accomplished this weekend. Or last weekend, we had a 5K that had phenomenal amount of runners, I think over 600. A concert that was great in the evening and a bike race that entered its 21 years. So I'll just end with this and I'll clean up my mess. I do believe that an ad hoc committee is great. And I'll tell you why. I don't bother you much, but leading up to the events, there's things that were being answered 24 hours before the event. And in order to be able to put on a bike race, like Ron just asked an important question, what would it take? It takes a little bit more organization, a little more support, and staff, most of them are gone now, that understand where they stand, besides me having to come to council again and say, hey, where are we for 2027? Because already the city's asking for the dates for 2027, and they fall into a national calendar. And we can get back 3 days, we could get back to our weekend, 3 days before Redlands Classic starts. That helps us partner with the city of Redlands and partner with their athletes that are already here preparing for tomorrow's event when they're done with ours, and even make it more of a significant economic impact for our city, but also for the community that buys into the 2,000, 2,500 people that came out during the 2 days, and not counting the 10,000 people that viewed the event on a live stream. So sorry, I know it's a long-winded answer, but I just wanted to share the entire idea of the ad hoc committee.
Real quick, before you go, the idea of a multi-city collaboration. I never thought of that. I like that idea, so let's earmark that one. And then, Ernie, you have a significant problem with the hotel thing. And I know enough about bicycles, especially those type of bicycles, to know that they're not the sport you take when you don't have any money. And I think you may have a large group of people just not using a discount code because they don't want to use a discount code. And then you have a tracking mechanism that really doesn't work. That's something you might want to consider. We may be counting bike racks in the future.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Ernie, and I love that business model of having your event before the Redlands, because the people are coming here for Redlands, so why not get warmed up in Murrieta? And I think that's brilliant, and I really love that. That is really very unique, and I think it's very positive.
So hopefully, thank you for that. Hopefully that helps answer some of the questions that City Manager answered. If that's our plan, we need to designate our date soon so that we can fall in front of Redlands Classic. End on Sunday here. Redlands Classic starts on Wednesday. And I'll leave you with this unless you guys have more questions. And I wasn't going to bring it up tonight, but I've been approached by a gentleman. You can Google him when you're bored. Jamie Polinetti, who is now doing the marketing for some events in the East Coast. And it's also doing some of the cycling marketing for our Olympics in LA in 2028. And he's asking about Murrieta. And the only thing I made clear to him is our race is in April, a few days before Redlands, and the Olympics are in June. Could there be what Mr. Holliday asked earlier? How do we make it bigger? Could we bring one professional race to Murrieta as the athletes are here preparing for the Olympics, or stay here after the Olympics? Because they all go to Disneyland before or after, primarily after. The answer is yes, but that's not a decision that I can make at my level. So I just wanted to share that.
Do you have the dates for next year's for Redlands? Have they already? No, I'm not asking for them, but have they already published 2027 dates?
We've published ours through Community Service District and are aligned with them. We are back to the first weekend of April. The only reason why we weren't this year is because Easter fell on that weekend. And then Redlands would follow right after Wednesday, right after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. You know, the Olympic thought as well. I used to coach gymnastics in another life, and every 4 years we would get an uptick of hundreds of kids in gymnastics because of it's on TV and it's what people are talking about and looking at. So that's a great point as well. Thank you, Ernie, for your time. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
Public comments, more. Mr. Klein.
Now, just for the record, when Tour de Murrieta started, I was adamantly opposed to it. I mean, and Ernie knows. So I just want that to be clear because I am very much now a proponent for it because of what it has brought to our community. Couple of questions. What is the feasibility of Tour de Murrieta if Ernie retires? Let me back up. So I have not had any personal discussions with Lori about this, right? But I've heard her talk about it several times sitting in that chair, and most recently about the visit out to Redlands. And what I'm gathering from sitting in that chair is she wants to make it into, I think a festival was mentioned or something larger. Is that something for the Tour de Murrieta committee to do, or is that something for the city to do? And then are we going to get economic development involved in that if it's going to do that? Because I think if I'm understanding what Lori wants to do, expanding it goes beyond a financial in-kind contribution from the city to Tour de Murrieta. And what value is it the city? I think it would be great. I just don't know how feasible that would be. I think that if you do form the ad hoc committee, to the extent that Ernie wants to be involved, he definitely needs to be on the committee. He's the expert. He knows. Just last question is if Justin knows, because he was there, what is the city of Redlands' involvement in the Redlands Classic? Is it financial only, or is their economic development department involved in it? Is there Chamber of Commerce? So these are all questions I think needs to be answered If my assumption of where Lori's going with this is correct. So just a couple of questions and comments. Thank you.
Back to Mr. Holliday.
I do know that she said that one of her goals is to make this the #1 in California. Yeah, she said that multiple times, and I assume that's what the ad hoc committee was for, is to explore how we can make this happen. Like Casson said, what percentage participation is the city? What percent participation is Stewart and Murrieta? Do they have to do it all? Do we do half of it? It would be great to know what Redlands does. Not that we have to do what they do, but it's always good to know what somebody else is doing. If they're #1, take a look at what they're doing. I assume you don't know the answer to how much they participate?
I have some information about how much they participate. There's broader participation across the board. And really, I think there's two distinct factors you would want to look at. One is the race, and the race has a lot to do with the logistics of what kind of race is it? What does it help you qualify for? There's the whole world of racing that is probably separate and distinct. And I think it would be a significant lift to be, much bigger, say, than Redlands is already. What I think we learned that we didn't necessarily anticipate is what makes the event so successful in Redlands is that it's a community event that happens to have a bike race. And so there's not only substantially more participation by the city, and that's both in kind and cash type contributions, but there's much broader engagement from civic organizations and things like that. And that's one of the roadmaps that we discussed as a possibility to expand the race, and really was the impetus to start to think of how the city can partner differently with events where there's already some energy. So the concert was one example of that. We have kind of historically kept those really separate. The city has its events and organizers have their events, and they're totally different. And now we're starting to think more along the lines of, can we add a concert to make one event bigger? Is there a civic organization that wants to host a pancake breakfast as a fundraiser? Is there someone else that wants to come in and add some value? The gap between where we're at today and the amount of engagement they have, I think, is somewhat substantial, but growing incrementally by each year, adding some additional value, finding new partners is realistic.
Okay, thank you. I have no problem with forming the committee. And then I don't know how urgently it needs to meet. We need to prioritize that at the end of this meeting. But I have no problem. I know, obviously, Lori wants to be on that committee. I don't know if anyone else is interested in it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested. I'm with you on the same. This is not an urgent matter. I do think
it was a tier 2 at our goal setting session.
But I meant the committee being, I wouldn't call it urgent to establish the committee. So it can probably be put on the pause mindset.
And just for clarification, elevated, I believe, from tier 2 to tier 1 at the most recent goal setting. So it's moved from 3 to 2 to 1.
Okay.
And then, this probably isn't an all or nothing in terms of short term and long term. It might be that it's more timely to consider a couple things that might be value add for next year. And then there could be a gap in participation or a separate conversation about maybe some other, elevating the race, for instance, opposed to adding some community events. But I do appreciate, because we're certainly looking for that help and support, to be able to at least meter that work with our other workflows.
So incrementally, maybe I'm looking at this as this is what we're doing now. This is what we've done. This is where we're at. And this is what we want to do. And how can we get to there in incremental pieces? Not, we're going to go from A to Z in one swoop. Okay.
And so what I would suggest, my motion would be is to create the committee with the city manager being the person that decides the frequency and how involved it is. That would be my suggestion, my motion.
Justin, with that comment, do you think you can put a number of meetings, like to keep it in a defined parameter?
So I'll be really honest. The only kinds of committees that have been expeditious, like we're envisioning for all of these conversations, is probably the recent one for the Town Square Amphitheater. And the reason is because it had a very well-defined goal going in. The problem was already identified and the possible solutions were already identified. I want to draw the contrast to some of these more open-ended questions, and I would put almost everything on our list in that category. So the answer is it depends. If it's a simple what could we do next year to add some value? Let's generate some ideas, explore their feasibility, and narrow down the options to a few that are most viable. You could easily do that in 2 or 3 meetings. If you're taking on a bigger, bite of the apple, it obviously takes a lot longer.
Well, and what I would say is, let's form the committee with that understanding of you're going to control that workflow a little bit so staff doesn't get inundated, and let Councilman Stone be able to chime in on what her vision was for this committee to be able to set that in concrete.
That's realistic, and I think worked last time in taking this first step, so certainly.
Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second that.
For clarity, do we need to finish comments before we?
So what I've got in the queue is after there's a motion, there's supposed to be a second, and then you continue conversations and ask more clarification. So
Did we get a second with Cindy?
we just got one now, but
Okay.
next time if we could get it sooner and then keep talking, and then if we have to amend the motion, we can.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. Yeah. On your motion. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lisa. Lisa is, yeah.
So I would just like to say too that we need to be very respectful of District 3, which this race impacts, and residents that are living on Hayes and Ivy and in that area are really impacted. We had some friends come over. It took them 2 hours to get to the house with detours and going every which way. So I had some complaints. I had some emails and some phone calls about being encumbered by the race. Now I'll tell you, Ernie has a volunteer at every street. You cannot go the wrong way. There is no way, which is absolutely amazing. And those people are sitting out there in the blazing sun, willing to volunteer, which kudos to them. But I do just think that we need to be cognizant of the people that live where the race impacts. And if we expand on something at Town Hall or the first race, because it's only the Sunday race that impacts them. So
you're saying that if we expand the races,
extra days, if we go to an extra day, we need to consider the community.
But the road's already blocked off Friday, right?
No, you can get up Ivy to, and then with the bridge out, that was a nightmare.
That makes it worse.
So I had a lot of bridge questions. So anyway.
Now you have some answers to
I think it's a valid point to say before you make it bigger, make sure the problem that exists is
Right.
created. And I think that obviously would be part of the subcommittee's task. So I think, yes, I agree with that. Any more discussion on the motion on the floor? Okay, I think now we can vote.
Motion carries unanimously to establish the Tour de Murrieta Ad Hoc Subcommittee with City Manager determining frequency and how involved.
Okay. Moving on. How many more do we have?
2.5.
2.5.
3.
2.5. All right. So I'll take a half. Let's move on to the code enforcement. Guidelines. Okay. Never mind.
Okay.
Downtown design guidelines.
Downtown design standards. So also at the February 26th council workshop, Councilmember Warren requested consideration to establish a subcommittee that would be dedicated to reviewing and establishing downtown design standards. And so through subsequent discussions that Councilmember Warren and I had for me to better understand the vision so I could articulate that in the agenda report, she helped me and better outlined 2 specific topics that she is proposing for review for a short, focused duration of approximately 4 meetings to help alleviate questions that arise from developers related to these topics. So the first is the design standards that are set forth currently in the downtown specific plan, particularly related to building setbacks. The focus would be to review the current standards for possible fine-tuning rather than an overhaul. And the second element is evaluating current requirements for private developments related to public right-of-way, street improvements such as streets, sidewalks, curb gutter, road access in areas where we have low-density residential housing. So we have some areas that are a little bit more rural in the city, and there's been questions about what are the design standards there and taking some time to review that. So if the council wishes to establish this subcommittee, staff is again asking for direction on the scope and the vision, and even maybe clarifying the name, because it's not just limited to downtown design, and just evaluating how that purpose matches with fitting with our other city priorities.
Okay.
That Lisa's a fake tonight on this one. So there we go. And Mr. Holidays has let Cindy cut in front of him. So Cindy, you're up.
Okay. We've gone through a lot of questions about the downtown specific plan and also the rural residential, I'm calling it that, around the downtown. And I know that it's always good, in my opinion, to take a quick review of what we have, and we can maybe tweak things to make more clarity and be more conforming with less people coming in with crazy ideas. And, so that we have the look that we want. We have the welcoming mat that we want. And I just thought I don't even think it would take more than 2 or 3 meetings, to be honest with you. Just a simple review of the downtown specific plan, and also where we could tweak it and tighten it up just a little bit if it needs to be. And I know Mr. Shantaranchu is already doing that right now. He is taking a look at it, and also look at the rural residential around that, so that it's conforming, and it all gives us the look and the vibe that we were looking for. That was the reason for it. I know we already have a specific plan, but it would be nice to take a look at it and see what we might need to, improve it. That's all.
Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any changes made to the downtown specific plan, we require a specific plan amendment, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
David says thumbs up. And how long does that process take?
David is saying probably 6 months.
6 months.
Get a 3.
So I have a couple of thoughts, concerns. I know we have a couple issues, at least a couple issues in downtown specific plan, things that have propped up that weren't considered at the time that specific plan was created. So there's kind of somewhat of an urgency to say, hey, we gotta fix these couple of things, at least a couple of things. But then is there a longer discussion and specific plan amendment that needs to take place to even have teeth to do what we want to do? And that's the challenge. I understand you say maybe a couple, 3 meetings, but we're talking a 6-month process for staff, and maybe it's on top of everything else that he's done. David reluctantly is coming.
Our chief, sir.
Good evening again. So, as we've been looking at the development process in the downtown and the difficulties that business owners and property owners are having expanding, we've been looking at ways maybe to take like an interim step. So, as you know, when we review development, we require a lot of things. Got to have parking, sewer connection, like all the bells and whistles, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're looking at ways to activate the space that maybe doesn't require all those types of development improvements. And so, for example, if somebody wanted to have an outdoor dining area, maybe they could put down AstroTurf and some nice landscape planters and lights just to create a nice space. And we've seen plenty of examples of that in the research that we've been doing. There could be, for lack of a better term, these like mini band shells where there could be outdoor music for people that wanted to gather once a week or whatever. So anyway, these kinds of ideas where people would have a place to kind of start their activities, and ideally, if they're successful, they would transition to having a permanent or making permanent improvements to the downtown area. So just trying to help, kickstart those kinds of activities.
But that's not in our specific plan right now, correct?
Not right now.
Not right now, correct.
I think, does the specific plan prohibit those things from happening? If they're not in the plan, that doesn't mean it would have to call it out to prohibit it. So are you saying just like open up?
Well, that's not the issue. So the issue is if somebody wants to do something, they've got to have the parking lot, they've got to have the lighting, they've got to have all the permanent improvements that somebody needs to start a business.
Yeah, right.
Right. So
have you, let me ask this. Do you need the ad hoc committee to make those changes and to tighten up the other areas of the code where people are abusing it?
Well, I think, it's helpful to have that input. I mean, we recently had an open house where we asked the public to come in and provide their feedback on that, one of those questions. So, having, some council input was great. And I think, we were kind of trying to narrow the focus, and then my understanding was, there's a desire to expand, that review of the specific plan, and if that's the direction the council wants to go, we're happy to support that.
Thank you.
No more council questions. Bringing it open for public comment.
Casson Klein.
So I think what I'm hearing is that developing in Old Town is challenging and there's a lot of constraints. So let's relax the standards. That's what I'm hearing. And I don't think that's what Murrieta was, strike that. I know that's not what Murrieta was incorporated on. A specific plan, while I respect David tremendously, if we follow how general plan amendments and specific plan amendments are done, is you form a community group, there are community meetings held, there's a general plan amendment or a specific plan amendment committee made up of community members that give input to these things. So it sounds to me like we're drastically departing from how we've done things for the past, even prior to incorporation. Road improvements, just here again, going off of the brief comments here, you're going to have to amend your circulation element in your general plan. And I would say that, there are a number of illegal uses in the city, in downtown. And so if we're trying to clean that up, maybe we should have a more proactive code enforcement, and let's clean up these things. The other thing is if we relax the standards and we let these people come in, we're never going to get them out. And I mean, you can look at the corner of Ivy and Washington, what used to be a Shell gas station, as a tire store, and I'm not being critical of the guy. I'd do the same thing, right? But there's no motivation for that person to knock that building down and build it to our current standard. The other thing about outdoor dining, and there's a use there that puts many tables out and chairs, and of course, some of you know that you pay your water and sewer connection fees based on the number of seats and the number of fixtures that you have to have. If we don't have an active, proactive code enforcement, how do we know that somebody's not, approved with a TUP or a CUP to have half a dozen tables and whatever, 24, 32 chairs, but on a Saturday or Sunday, they bring in a dozen. So, and then where's the equitability for the restaurants that have built? For, Wien's, for the Mill, for Downtown Public House, where's that equitability? So without a clearer understanding and articulating exactly what the goal is, I'm passionately opposed to this. I mean, we need to narrow this down and know exactly what it is we're trying to accomplish with this, because as Cindy said, we already have a specific plan that's there that outlines what the development standards are. So if there's a problem with that, let's identify what that problem is, articulate it publicly, and then let's determine whether or not an ad hoc subcommittee is needed. And if it is, then we need to impanel a community group for a specific plan amendment and go through the entire process, which is going to take, my experience in the several that I've been here in the city, a minimum of 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comments for this section.
Thank you. Back up to council for comments and dialogue. It did seem broad. David, there's not a way, I mean, to Mr. Klein's point, if you're going to open up a specific plan, you couldn't do that with an ad hoc committee or even a formal committee. It had to be through the pathway of opening up that long process involving community members and getting that input, correct?
Well, I think it depends on the extent of the specific plan amendment. So, the types of improvements and uses that I mentioned, very tailored, very limited, in its scope. And so, we're not talking about open up the entire specific plan. I mean, this specific plan covers, everything you could imagine, like the zoning code might cover. The specific plan is that for the downtown area. So, depending on what the council decides, if there is an ad hoc committee and they decide to, look at all of the sections of the specific plan, that's going to be a very long.
So you're saying the only way that's not if you pick out like outdoor seating or a very individualized thing that
essentially outdoor uses.
Yeah, outdoor uses. Okay.
Yep. If I could just add, it's baseball season. Never trust anybody in a Padres uniform. Dodgers.
He said it's baseball season. Don't trust anyone with a Padres uniform on.
More about the number that's on the back.
Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you were speaking about as far as relaxing some of those requirements would be temporary, correct?
We haven't really thought about that yet. So typically, when you grant a permit, it's there. I mean, it's good for as long as the operator is there. So we could, include some kind of a time limit, but it would probably have to be, you're probably talking about several years.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got, not to pick on them, but Coots is there that had to pave their parking lot. It was a gravel parking lot, and I wasn't on council or involved much with the city during that time frame, but I know they came before city council and was like, hey, we're just a mom and pop business. We can't put in curb gutter and sidewalk and all the stuff that you want. And they worked out some sort of CUP or something that allowed them to pave it and make it kind of natural, more of a rural setting. But that's certainly not what is across the street from them. Isn't that close to you? Right across the street from your office. Yeah. And as long as they're there, to Mr. Klein's point, that's never going to change.
Yeah, it's less about the improvements required with the building as it is about activating space that's underdeveloped right
I understand. There's a balance to be had there.
So. And also just want to echo Mr. Klein's point to the movers and shakers that started Old Town, like Queens and Public House. I mean, the hoops they had to jump through to now remove anything that would be that would be a really hard thing to support. I wouldn't want to do that because they were there. Most of them for 10 plus years, I think. They were and still waiting for more development to come and more great things to happen, which I think will happen. And it's extremely painful, as anything is in California. But I do acknowledge that sentiment is there are people that have done it really good and have been there for a long time. So.
If I could just add maybe one more point of context. So when we were doing some of the research, for this discussion item, you all know there's a new building being constructed. I think it's the southeast corner. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Southeast corner of Calumet and Washington. And so I believe the last building that was built in the downtown was Public House across the street in 2003. So it's taken 17, 18 years for an additional building of that caliber, that size, to move forward. So we're seeing really slow development in the downtown. We probably all have opinions about why that is. And it's a decision, obviously, the council is going to need to wrestle with if we continue moving this forward.
Yeah, if I can add, the Wiens building was an old hardware outlet, a surplus hardware outlet back in the day. I'm sure Casson remembers that. Yeah. You don't need to comment. Not opening that door.
Guess that was before my time. Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you. You know, I'm a big proponent of beautification and making things look nice and curb and gutter and all of that. But you know what? It's really quite sad. Look at our downtown. And if it takes from 04 to current, right, for one development, we need to give downtown CPR. You know, this is ridiculous. We'll be dead before our downtown is anything. So why don't we utilize some different standards to let people actually do development? I know, David, I've come to you to say I would like to buy the red building. I love the red barn house thing, whatever. But you know what? It's just beyond my scope. I don't have the money to buy it and then to do a parking structure and to do everything that is, you know, deemed, right? And we see many downtown people, including like the Chapel Coffee, struggle. They're struggling to, you know, move downtown forward. And it's amazing to have some life down there. And, you know, when I walk in the morning to the scone shop, or if I go to walk for lunch to Anthony's, I'd like to see little dress shops, or I'd like to see things like that. There are some little houses that could, you know, do that, but they can't because, you know, of our crazy standards. So I'm a proponent for, yes, I love our downtown specific plan, but I also believe that sometimes it's not realistic. So, and I appreciate you looking at that. And I know that we've had many discussions on let's help that downtown area. And I'm not saying let's, you know, let's make it look bad, but let's give people a chance, right? Let's give people a chance to do something down there. Or we're going to say, oh, it's going to build. It's going to build. Well, you know, 30 years from now, we'll get our second building, you know, or third building. So, you know, and so I appreciate the time, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a little bit of history with this area. It always seems to be, I mean, the parking, the in lieu program started when I was on Planning Commission. Before that, I do know I'll probably butcher this. There was money on the table that water and sewer is supposed to be fixed, and curbs and, you know, curb and street improvements went in, but the water didn't go in, or the sewer. And that seems to be the biggest problem with getting businesses, enticing them to be there, is the cost and the, I guess, the headache that goes with the water and sewer. So if that's the biggest, most obvious problem, is doing any of this going to matter? If all of that's still going to be in front of us for the cost of doing, it has to be done eventually, no matter if you give them a temporary couple years or whatever. What does that mean for down the line? Is in 5 years or 4 years, are they going to have enough business or money or support from, I'm thinking like grassroots, like these pop-up shops to throw a couple $100,000 in this water and sewer? That seems hard to believe. I just, that concept of the water and sewer, I don't have an answer, but I know it's like the top of the list of what's wrong with downtown.
I think it's what we're talking about is a piece of the puzzle, and it's certainly not meant to be a global, you know, solution for some of the issues that we have experienced down there in getting properties developed. So, you know, as solutions come and go, and so if we have, you know, this particular piece of the puzzle in place, and there's an opportunity to address the sewer and water issue. I mean, maybe the water district offers a grant program or a loan program or something, you know, along the way. This is one less thing that we would have to do, would be my.
But it would take a miracle outside of the city's involvement to have anything happen, right? Like it would not be within our sphere of influence to revisit fixing that problem.
I mean, you know, in my line of work, never say never. So
now, I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying like it's such a big problem. We internally don't have an answer, haven't had an answer, and it seems to always go back to the water district, which I mean, it's like this, right? The four of them.
Mayor, I'm happy to withdraw this and bring it back with more specific needs, but I really just wanted a review of the specific plan to see what's there, if there's anything that we could tighten up and be more consistent with the whole downtown area. That was the only reason for this.
If you want to split it in two, to where you're dealing with those things that the code doesn't quite come up to par to where we can't deal with some of the things that are happening in downtown, split in two, I'd be happy to support this committee to get that piece done soon.
That'd be great.
And then after that point,
we can narrow it down, the scope down to other things.
To other things.
Yeah, I'd not have a problem with that.
Sorry, could you clarify which part, Mayor Pro Tem, you're referring to as far as splitting it, and which part would go first? I didn't quite catch that.
The part that would go first is whatever code changes need to be made so that we can enforce things that are happening down there that we have no ability to enforce today, like screening heights, like the car haulers that are parking on the vacant lot.
Are we sure that code enforcement isn't that answer?
If it's my understanding, and David may be able to speak to this, that the code in the downtown specific plan isn't
strong,
strict enough to allow him to enforce it. And that would be a very focused update that wouldn't require months of meetings and that kind of stuff.
At our next council meeting, there will be a report from the Code Enforcement Subcommittee on their review of the code, and I believe the topic you're talking about is one of the items that's
Then let me make this easier. Let's table this whole idea and take it off the table for now, and then we'll get more specific and maybe bring it back at a later date with more direction. Would that work?
Yeah, that sounds
okay. Fine.
Code enforcement's going to have the answer right here. That was number 3. Number 4 is ballot measure.
You don't have to. Okay, so the next step is the ballot initiative subcommittee. So a topic that the City Council has often discussed is the importance of local control, and protection of local control is a key element of our city's legislative platform, specifically related to land use. And this has been reinforced with adoption of several resolutions by the City Council and through legislative advocacy. And along these lines, the City Council has discussed pursuing a statewide ballot initiative for the November 2028 election. That would be a constitutional amendment to preserve local control for land use. This topic has been identified as a City Council Tier 1 priority. And as part of the February workshop, and again at the March 3rd council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Holliday requested that the City Council consider forming a subcommittee to work towards that statewide ballot initiative regarding local control for land use. So in all cases, whether it's the City of Murrieta or anyone else, a statewide ballot initiative is a very large lift. It requires engaging with a diverse and robust group of stakeholders and a significant amount of funding, especially for a constitutional amendment. If created, the subcommittee's substantive amount of work would eventually then be transferred to an independent campaign committee that would operate using private funds and ceasing the involvement of city staff and funding. So if the council is, the consensus is to proceed with forming this subcommittee, again, we're seeking feedback on the vision for staff's role with this endeavor and what that, how that would fit with our other with our other priorities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holliday.
And my view for the ad hoc committee would be to get the ballot measure language completed. And I don't envision Murrieta carrying this on its own because, as I mentioned, we spoke with the Southwest Collaborative and all the cities involved in that group were all supportive of this. And so I think the ad hoc committee would ultimately be working with ad hoc committees from other cities and with all of the city attorneys from those cities to be able to come up with that ballot measure. But that's the specific thing that the ad hoc committee would do. Once we have the ballot measure language, there's a couple of groups that have expressed interest in carrying this forward and getting the signatures and stuff that we would not be a part of. So this is just getting the ballot language so that other entities have something to look at and say what it is that we're trying to do.
Are you confident that the other entities, cities, or whoever's going to be at the table is going to agree with our language if it gets created here?
Well, no, I'm gonna include them in the creation of the language.
In the ad hoc committee?
Yes. Yeah, we're not doing this in a vacuum.
So this would be a regional ad hoc committee?
We would start our ad hoc committee just to then reach out to the other cities to see if they want to form and then get together and focus on this one issue is getting the language.
I see.
Because without the language, we don't have anything to hand anybody and say, this is what we're trying to do. Go get signatures for this.
I mean, this may be a dumb question. It couldn't just be as simple as we're trying to make steps towards more local control with regards to housing, public safety, whatever, and list a couple things as a
and it's not just an initiative. It's a constitutional amendment. Constitutional amendment had all these requirements. Because if it's not a constitutional amendment, you're wasting your time because the next session of the legislature just turn around and overturn it. And so it has to be a constitutional amendment. And to do that, you have to, I just signed a petition for one that's trying to get on, I don't know which ballot, 26 or 28, that has to do with the wealth tax. And it's a constitutional amendment, and it says that from this date forward, there can be no taxes on savings, on additional taxes on property, on investment accounts, all these things that are the wealth tax is targeting. And it specifically states in there that if passed, this does not deal with anything that's been approved by the legislature prior. Otherwise, it becomes invalid. A challenge in court goes away. So the language has to be really specific to meet all those requirements. And I don't know if the city attorney has anything to add to that.
Just up front, I like the idea, but I'm also hearing the statewide lift and the money that may be, that concerns me.
We're not, that's not on us. Our focus, my focus is to get this group together. And now that I've got the Southwest Collaborative saying, yeah, they're interested. There's another group called the California Alliance of Local Electeds that has been talking about this for over a year and a half.
I assume Isaac would be the one.
Isaac would be involved in
mostly.
this, and city attorneys from all the cities, and Isaac's counterpart at all the cities. And I would imagine this taking no more than 6 months.
Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you. I have some concerns for this because this would, I mean, I love local control. We fight for that and talk about it constantly. The whole concept of local control is amazing. Do I think that I want to use my constituents' money? And do I want to spend them money on this when they're asking for a pool and they're asking for things that we could spend money on? I mean, we are saying we don't have any money, you know, as a city, and we're now going to ask staff to we're going to pay our city attorney to be in a meeting with this, and our staff, we're going to take them away from what their activities need to be. I know we have an election in 2026. I think that will probably end up getting some new leadership in 2026. I think that will put back local control if one way or the other. I think that, you know, I think that there's a lot of things moving. There's a lot of moving pieces, and especially in the state of California with gas prices and and things like that that we're all experiencing. So I don't think that, while I love local control and I'd like to see it go forward, I'm not really ready to spend time, our staff's time, when our staff doesn't have any time, we don't have any more. If you want to take that on as a, a regional, a regional project that's not utilizing city funds, I, of course, would support that.
Can I ask you a question?
You certainly may.
You mentioned that you hear from constituents about the pool and other things. Do you hear from constituents about apartment buildings?
Oh, of course, right. We all do, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
That's what this would stop.
But you don't know it would stop that. Well, that's a pretty heavy lift considering right now that it's from the top down. So I think until you change the top, it's not going to trickle down.
Ron, do you think, assuming that November does have a significant change with how Sacramento's pulse looks to us, if we did table this until there is more clarity in November, would that be enough time? Let's just say November didn't go well.
I would be willing to table it to June. After the June primary, we will have a much clearer insight after the June primary.
I like that idea.
And we're time frame wise, that still gives us plenty of time, Madam City Attorney, for 28.
What would be the last month that?
I mean, it's just hard to say because we don't know how, once the ballot measure language is ready, we don't know how quickly the group that's going to circulate it and do everything will act. Right. That's the biggest time period, right?
Any guess at all?
I mean, that seems like it would be plenty of time for 2028 if we tabled this for a couple months.
Yeah.
I like that.
I have no problem to see how the primary goes, but my caution would be, even if it looked like the governorship was going to change, we still have a supermajority in the legislature, which is the ones that have to make this change. And they have no inclination to make the change because they think they know what's best for every single city in the state. And we know that that's not true. And if we can't get a ballot constitutional amendment passed, then we're going to, this is going to get worse.
Do constitutional amendments start from the city? Normally start from a city?
They can, yeah. Statewide constitutional amendment. They don't start in a city, but there have been cities that advocated for something. Newport Beach is probably the biggest one that advocates for things and gets ballot initiatives and stuff moving. But it's got to be a statewide initiative that gets passed that ties the legislature's hands then going forward. So what we have in the pipeline is what it is. All that stuff would be grandfathered in. We can't retroactively undo anything, but we would have a seat at the table for anything moving forward. We're not looking at abolishing, multifamily or higher density or any of that stuff. It's just we don't have a seat at the table. This would give us a seat at the table. And that's all I want, is a seat at the table that we have some say in what happens in Murrieta, because this one-size-fits-all legislation is ruining communities one at a time.
You're right about the supermajority, but I'll say this. I would be willing to bet there are people that buddy up to the governor's ideas that wouldn't if it wasn't the governor. Right. And so you might get a shift even in a culture of willing to work with a new governor leadership. So although I'm with you on the supermajority thing, the culture of the leadership from the top, even at the governor's office down, may be more hopeful than not. And they're just thoughts out loud. I would be a fan of tabling this until some more clarity, especially until after the June primary.
Yeah, I think that would be.
I'll make that motion to table this until after the primary has been decided, whatever date.
And then we can
I
bring it back up.
second that.
Mr. Mayor, can we take public comment first?
It's past my bedtime. I would like to take public comment from Mr. Klein. Oh, he's done. Yeah.
That concludes public comments then.
Okay. Now I would make the motion to table this topic until after the June primary.
Second.
All right. Got a second from Mr. Holliday. Please vote.
2-2.
Mr. Mayor, as you all are voting, just for the record, Councilmember Stone did request to be placed on this. I just want to state that.
on the committee if it's created.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Motion carries unanimously to table until after the June primary.
And down the road.
Ready for the next?
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, so the next item, the final item related to this agenda report is the designation of a council member to represent the city in advocating for the expansion of higher education in Southwest Riverside County. So the city of Murrieta has previously expressed support for the need to pursue the expansion of higher education in this region. This includes the adoption of a council resolution in 2024 advocating for expansion of higher education within the region and expansion of the Mount San Jacinto College Temecula Valley campus to support a greater presence by Cal State San Marcos to benefit students from this area, including Murrieta. This then evolved into plans by San Marcos to establish, by Mount San Jacinto College to establish a university center that would enable multiple institutions of higher education to provide programs for students in this area, four-year degree programs. At the March 3rd council meeting, Councilmember DeForest requested consideration for the Southwest Riverside Higher Education Coalition to be recognized by the City Council as a recognized appointment for Councilmember DeForest is currently the chair of the Southwest Riverside Higher Education Coalition, which advocates for federal, state, and local elected leaders and agencies for the need for expanded higher education in the region, and they also work to engage regional stakeholders in the advocacy effort, and then also working to raise funds for the expansion of the physical construction of facilities at Mount San Jacinto, and then they champion bringing this all to fruition. So currently there isn't, unlike some of your other governing bodies and other appointments, there isn't a JPA or a formal entity associated with this topic. So therefore, that's why it was designated by the city clerk's office as miscellaneous under the local appointments list. But this would be a designation by, for one council member to be advocating on a topic of higher education. It's not identified exactly as a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 priority per se, but we've been treating it kind of like an administrative priority. And I'll also say there could be the possibility to actually identify two. So like a primary and an alternate, like we do in other cases where there could be like backup for consistency as well. So again, if the city council supports this, we're also looking for some direction about how to handle potential funding for periodic trips that occur, participation by the representative. Sometimes those are necessary for, like we have with some of our other council responsibilities for advocacy and so forth. And so if we would be able to provide some funding for that participation.
Thank you for the background. Councilwoman DeForest.
At one time it was a committee. I think that, you know, when we, back in 24, when we started making resolutions and all the cities made resolutions, I think it would be for perpetuity to move forward with this. It would be amazing to have an alternate and a primary because this, and it's not going to take any more staff time than it's already doing. It's not going to really do anything. It's just going to appoint a representative. That's all I'm asking for this to do, is to appoint a representative and then an alternate of that representative. I think that it's something that is really important, of course, to me for higher ed. But if you read the mission statement of the Southwest Riverside Higher Education Coalition, advocates for unified regional voice to expand access to four-year higher education, strengthen workforce development, and drive economic vitality by ensuring students can pursue high-quality academic pathways close to home. So that's the mission statement for the Southwest Higher Education Committee. It is about the University Center, but it's also about higher education and stimulating our workforce for this region and to try to keep our brain drain from leaving this region, and to try to keep our, our best export can't be our brains. It can't be our kids, right? It needs to be, we don't need to export that. We need to keep that here. So I'm just asking for, to make it an official committee. So things will be, and I do report out as chair on my governing board announcements, but it would be nice as well to have an alternate in that capacity.
Okay, thank you for the context. Councilwoman Warren, you're up.
Warren. This is a spinoff from the electives, the collaborative. And it's the same type of a committee, to be honest with you. It's a regional committee putting our heads together to find solutions to benefit this region. And for us to have a seat at the table, I think is very important. And it spun off because the group of women that started, Lori started the collaborative, which was mostly women. It was all women at one time, and it was all women. And they spun that off because they felt that that was a very important topic that we needed to address. And it's moved forward in a very positive way, I think. And I'd like to see us continue with representation on it so that we keep the continuity down the road. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to address, I think Councilwoman DeForest mentioned it last time we talked about this, that it was, when she asked us to come forward, she said it was a committee and then somehow got off the list. Yeah. Do we have background on that?
So my office did do research. We did identify that the Southwest collab was originally brought forward under higher education. And then I forgot what year, I apologize. It was transitioned to focus more on, I believe, traffic.
Traffic. Right.
Just real quick, but the original Southwest Collaborative, was it higher education the only thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
No?
No?
My understanding and recollection from the beginning was that there was various topics.
Okay.
Yeah. Water was one topic. Kind of series of topics that affected the region, but the higher education, and there was a lot of momentum, and then that's where
chose to focus on that ahead of the others.
We were a year talking about
right. How did it get split off?
So I had a meeting with and a tour of the Temecula campus, and met with Dr. Roger Schultz, and he said it would be amazing to have some collaboration on a regional effort to help with the university center. Because he said the voice for, it's a very successful community college. And they have 5,000 students on the wait list, right? So it's very successful. But the problem is he wanted a regional voice for higher ed. And so he could expand the higher ed piece. So, and the tower's there, and there's the potential for a third tower. So the talk of the collaborative was, hey, we're gonna, we want a 4-year here. So it was a 4-year for us, right? That was originally what we were saying. We wanted to advocate, Chula Vista was advocating, Palm Desert, help me with that, Chula Vista and Palm Desert was advocating, and they had like coalitions pushing for higher ed, and they were getting momentum, and they were affiliated with either a 4-year university already, like the spinoff.
Like San Marcos.
Right. So San Marcos came from Cal State San Diego, right? So,
yes, I was going there at the time.
So we know how they spin off, but if there's not a regional voice, then you'll get passed over.
And it wasn't a spinoff. San Diego State North County campus was San Diego State. It was the whoever the governing body is at the state level came in and said, you can't do that. You've grown too big. You can't just start branching out into different areas. So we're going to say you go away, and we're going to put Cal State San Marcos where San Diego North County campus was.
But there was, and we have one of the advocates that advocated for San Marcos on the collaborative board. They advocated for that. And if there wasn't a group advocating for that, they would have passed it over.
They would.
And so right now, we have about 4,000 students traveling from our region to San Marcos for education. And so that's enough to open up a college, believe it or not, 4,000
No,
kids.
I believe it.
So, you know, just with that, the need is definitely here. So
Oh, there's no question. And with that other tower being built out, it's certainly going to accommodate, because San Marcos is going to have classes there, right? Any other tower?
San Marcos would like to utilize the floor for various different degrees.
Nursing is one.
Nursing, engineering, but they're more than willing to listen to what the community says. So if Murrieta says, my goodness, we need allied health or innovation, or we need more, you know, microbiologists for that matter for innovation center, right? Then San Marcos was willing to listen to what our regional needs were. And so that's in itself is huge, because never does a, you know, university really listen to the community like this. But the relationships between, you know, all the hospitals and the entire community, water districts, the supervisors and everything else. That's why this has gotten so much momentum. So I'm just saying that when I'm gone, I would love this to start. When I'm gone, you know, I have 3 years here. And I really do believe that Murrieta was the reason why this really spun off and started, right? It was a group of women that started, and this spun off from that, right? It was, hey, we can do this. We don't need to be under this auspices. We need to have men. We can't be a woman-only group and push this forward.
Yeah, I mentioned that to Councilwoman Stone in the beginning. I'm like, what if you have another city that only has male members? You're not going to let them be represented in this.
So every city would have perpetuity in this, and they would all be able to have a member at the table, because we have every city.
But is there an end goal that would end this?
So idealistically, it would be if the university center was formed.
If we got a
and if it was
college
filled,
here.
If the college was here. But it could also be multitude 4 years, or multitude of, you know, even technology, right? Even there's a technology degree that could be here. We could actually do other things, and that's going to morph and change. I mean, there's going to be a lot of changes that go through, but I think that the most important part is, you know, giving our students an opportunity here, because, you know, they don't like making that 2-hour drive. I know I don't. You know, I don't want to sit on the freeway.
Nobody does.
Right. And so.
Do we know, since this is ongoing, how much staff time is being invested in this currently?
I would say it's incidental staff work. I mean, I support Lisa here and there sending out emails. I would say I kind of take it from some extra time, but it's pretty nominal. And I think I'm pretty much the only one from our staff team that's involved in it.
I think the collaborative has more staff time in it than this.
As you both know, I've been to the elected collaborative, to the higher education meetings, because originally I was appointed to the Southwest Elected Collaborative, and then when they decided to focus on traffic, I said Cindy's better for that because she's on the traffic boards in Riverside.
Well, and I kind of thought that you were like my alternate, but you came because it was okay to have two.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And so I just wanted to see what was going on, but I unfortunately didn't have anything to add to that group. It was not my forte.
Well, I think anybody can add to it. You know, I mean,
everyone on that board, I'm impressed with their credentials.
I sit back and I'm very impressed too. And I'm impressed by their passion for pushing this forward. If it wasn't for, you know, there's not one person could do this by themselves.
No.
I've been very fortunate and to, you know, turn the reins over to somebody else and to, you know, be a participant in a year or so, or when I'm done being on council, would be absolutely amazing.
Is there a rotation of the chair, or is it?
No.
It's just you're the chair and you're going to be the chair till you quit?
I'll be the chair as long as I'm willing to put the time in. Right?
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Anytime.
Kristen, can you be a little more specific, like 5 hours a week, 50 hours a week, like on staff time? Yeah, since I guess I'm going to
say
assume
like 2 hours a month.
Okay.
I write the agendas. I do all the research. Kristen is she does do an email blast for me, and she does attend the meetings and support, which gives a really amazing support because she has the history.
What's the frequency of the meetings?
We have a meeting once every 3 months for the higher ed group right now, and then we have a working group meeting.
And the working group do you have an established frequency on that?
Approximately once a month, approximately.
Okay. Okay, there's context. Let's do public comment now. Mr. Klein.
Sorry, I went too fast. Yeah, I thought you were done.
I think that looked.
So I'm rather ambivalent on this. However, Kristen said something that has piqued my curiosity. What is, quote, kind of like an administrative priority, end quote? I'm not sure that I understand exactly what that is, especially when we're talking about a policy. So if we could elaborate on that, of what is an administrative priority that seems to me transitions into policy making. That's the resident and taxpayer. That's very concerning.
We can define that. Yeah. So the administrative support that goes to, I guess, you would define what this is, what the efforts
so
for.
the term administrative priority, when we have our council goal setting workshop, we share with you that in addition to the 50 priority projects on the placemat, there's a whole packet of what we call administrative priorities, which are not necessarily priorities that the council has said, this is a tier 1 priority, but they're initiatives that the city, our team has to work on that are related to the overall business of the city. Could be special projects that the clerk's office is taking on related to records or things like that, or implementing software. It's not, the council hasn't identified it, but it's still things that we're doing that take time. So that's the administrative priority list. So my use of that reference was, yes, it's not a priority, but it is something, because historically it did grow out of being a Southwest elected leaders, and we were providing staff support. And so
what's another example of a type of administrative function that would serve in this capacity?
Labor negotiations. That's a really big undertaking for our city staff team that involves many, many city people. It's not a policy area. They're not projects that involve like council setting policy necessarily. Some of them might, that comes to you, but they're just bigger initiatives that are kind of outside of the day-to-day, that are things that we're working on as a staff, that you see the list of the overall packet of priorities of things that we do across all of the different city departments.
Yeah, I was just going to add, it's a very common element of economic development programs and consistent with council's goals. So in addition to being, getting clarification on where council wants us to invest policy, we do lots of things independently in pursuit of those goals. Other economic development initiatives related to medical leaders and lots of things that council never convened to say we want to do this.
It isn't a priority necessarily.
That's right. But it's been part of our administrative program within economic development to support higher education.
I'll make a motion to expand higher ed, so we're not here all this evening.
Can we modify that motion to say that it doesn't exceed the existing staff time expenditure that we're expending on it now?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
You would have to define what that staff time is specifically, I think. Like, right, 2 hours usually, or?
Yeah, I haven't measured that, but I'm approximating it's 2 hours a month.
And I also
2 to 5 hours a month between meetings and.
We have the motion and then the second. So the discussion of this too, I would want some type of timeline on this because higher education is coming. They're going to come without whether we do anything or not. I can appreciate the advocacy for it, but this shouldn't be a forever thing. it should have an in life. Right? If higher education comes, which, I mean, you could argue also it's here. I mean,
But okay, if you have higher education and then maybe they wanted to say, okay, now let's talk about trade schools. Now we want to bring in
that's
trade
not
school.
higher
Well,
education.
but it is. If someone is, it's above a high school, so it could definitely go into that.
And maybe Lisa, you could clarify. I don't believe that I would consider, although I love trade schools, higher education traditionally would mean advanced.
A degree, I understand that, but the collaborative may want to, diverse a little bit into that, and then how can they bring that forward?
We could always bring it forward and morph it if it was needed, and then the council at that time could approve it or not. So
yeah, if I could add, as a reminder, every year you're asked to reconsider the appointments to the committees and if they're needed. So if something was needed, that would be an appropriate time to discuss revising it.
But to create it without an idea of an end goal.
Well, then it's not an ad hoc, it would be a standing committee.
Identifying it, the terminology, rather than establishing it as an ad hoc committee, doesn't fit into that category. We described it as designation of a council member to represent the city in advocating for expansion of higher education in Southwest Riverside County. So it's like a designated advocate on a particular topic. You could have an alternate.
Lisa, do you think there's any way that you could do this without staff time? Like, and be an advocate for it? Do we need staff time, I guess is my question.
So we give staff time to a lot of things. We give staff time to.
I was just asking if you.
Yeah, no, I need staff. I need her 2 hours a month. And I think it's towards the benefit of economic development as well. I mean, we're talking about giving more money to many other things. And we give staff time to say, in her shoes, we gave staff time. We didn't, in her shoes, didn't pay for the staff that presented, and they were probably on the clock. I'm not sure. We give staff time
that's a fundraiser, right?
It's a fundraiser, but not for the city.
Before a local Oak Grove, right? Yeah.
But we're still.
I think it's different.
That's not different. How is that different? This is benefiting economic development. Who is that other benefiting? It's not benefiting the city.
I mean, Oak Grove would be a direct benefit.
Yeah, but who's to say that, who chooses who gets benefit? Does it change every year? No, it hasn't changed, right? So maybe it should go to Project Touch next year, but it hasn't. So the precedent's set, and that's staff time.
Okay, fair enough. Just with the theme of not spending more, doing more.
We're not doing any more than we haven't been already doing, right? And we already supported it with a resolution.
Yeah, go ahead.
My concern, one concern, I don't have many concerns, just one concern. So the Southwest Elected Collaborative was created and came up with this laundry list of things they wanted to focus on. And they chose higher education to be the number one thing, which then spun off to a different group. And now they're focused on traffic. And I could conceive that since that's a whole separate category, that it spins off into this traffic special committee, and then they decide that they want to work on something else. I would hate to see that we keep having these committees spin off, because even though it may be 2 to 5 hours a month, you get 3 or 4 of these committees, it's going to get very cumbersome.
But it's not happened.
No, well, it happened once.
Well, it happened once.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm just saying that would be something I would want to watch out for in the future.
Right.
Nothing against what you're talking about, just as a general thought.
I get that. But traffic may stay with the collaboration that's going forward now. I mean, I don't think that's going away.
I don't have down a
Oh.
solution.
Yeah. So discussion is still going?
Yeah, I just, from my vantage point, higher education is here. I mean, United Nursing College they've done it without any advocacy,
That's for profit. That's for profit. It's not a.
Loma Linda's also talking about putting a nursing school down here. And again, the not-for-profit thing, that's a can
They're
of
also
worms.
on the working group and a big supporter of the university center too. Loma Linda is.
I don't think that's accurate. Dr. Ryman, you're referring to?
No, not Dr. Ryman. He comes occasionally, but Jonathan comes every working group. He doesn't miss a working group.
Okay. And this higher education is not, okay, I see. So not a nursing school is what one of the considerations through this, right?
Well, who knows?
Nursing part of this? Was a nursing school part of this higher education at any point? Because
So nursing is the relationship that they already have with San Marcos. That's the relationship that's what spawned this to be such an urgency.
Yeah.
So the building that they're currently in, that they graduate 60 nurses, is part of Temecula Unified School District.
And they're losing that.
And they're going to lose that building. So that's why this university center got, a little bit more energy, because what are we going to do with those 60 students? Everyone needs those nursing students. And so they don't really have a home to go to. So the potential of them going to the university center and then continuing the relationship they already have with Cal State San Marcos is there. So yes, San Marcos talked about a nursing school, but they also talked about allied health. They also talked about engineering. They talked about, childhood development. They talked about mental health, speech pathology. They talked about a lot of those other options that they could provide, that's on the floor, utilizing one floor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
One more thought. Could there be interim goals so we can measure accomplishment by the group?
Well, $5.5 million is something.
That's from the county, right?
That was from the county. It would never have been given without this coalition and without
Agreed.
the advocacy.
I was there then.
We just put in a earmark for $12 million. It was received by every senator and every congressman. And that was via online. Every congressman spoke with us personally. We didn't get staff.
There was something in the staff report that said we had to also approve some funds for travel.
So that would be advocacy to travel for the higher education coalition to.
For the whole group?
No, for our member, for one or two members to travel, much like the other coalition group has travel for transportation. Yeah.
And how are those members chosen?
To travel?
Yeah, which members are chosen?
Well, for us, it would be if the alternate wanted to go as well as the chair.
Has anyone gone on advocacy trips for this organization?
Because I had surgery, my advocacy trip was canceled.
Oh, but you had one scheduled. Was anyone else going with you from the group?
Yes, not from Murrieta, but other people were
from the higher education
and the whole
group.
thing was canceled because
you couldn't make it.
I didn't have somebody like Cindy to take off and do it without me, which she did ours and advocated for the city because I couldn't go with her.
Right. No, I understand. Because you could have linked the two together since we were already traveling.
Wouldn't that have been amazing?
That would have been nice.
That was kind of what we were talking about doing.
That would be kind of my desire is combine it with another trip where we're either going up there for something.
Right. And the more the merrier, really. I mean, if there's more people there speaking the same thing, it's positive, right? As you know.
No one else from the group was interested in going?
There wasn't enough information that they felt like they could elaborate.
Gotcha.
Or relationships with the congressman.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So just one more clarifying question. What is the goal? Is there like the mission statement is to be an advocate, I understand. Is there a deliverable that is within arm's reach of this ad hoc, that's not ad hoc, collaborative.
Yes, I think in the next year to two, depending upon, you know how long it takes to get plans through with Keller Road, right? I don't anticipate it being that slow, but it has to go through specific building for educational plans. And those plans are done. Mount San Jacinto has already done that. So I would say in 2 years to see at least one floor advocating for higher ed, that's what we're going to see. And it may be sooner, depending upon getting permits.
And you have to have physical space to be an advocate for higher education is what?
Physical space?
Like?
Well, a lab or a, you can't teach nurses online, right? We know what happens.
Well, you can everything but lab.
Right, right, yes. But I mean, I personally want my nurse to have some hands-on. Yeah. But I don't want to be the guinea pig for the first IV.
There'll be robots before we need them.
So yes.
I'm just talking out loud with kind of the theme that I just would like to commit to. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I am opposed to it with adding without taking away.
Well,
and so
you're committing to 1 year when it's revisited again.
But no, to add this as an official, what's the nomenclature we're going to use?
Miscellaneous committee?
To add.
Repeat the question.
To not remove something and then put this on, right? But we have an appointed representative, right? Already. For this.
I believe all she's asking for is an alternate for continuity. That's all she's asking for.
I'm not asking for anything.
Well, I don't know that
I'm not
you were
asking.
never appointed to this by the council. We're kind of confirming that today, right?
Mr. Mayor, just so we're clear, so it is something that spun off that we didn't capture, is what I'm hearing. And so Councilmember DeForest has been, leading that for the city of Murrieta. So I think what she's asking is it just get added similar to the Southwest Collaborative, is my understanding, under miscellaneous, and that she be officially appointed and there be an alternate.
Right.
I believe that's what the ask is.
And the motion was to acknowledge that, appoint an alternate with the understanding that the staff time was going to maintain the same, not going to increase. And then I would add that to deal with the trips, that they would be combined with another trip that we're already taking.
Right, if possible, right? If possible. I mean, because.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be always the goal, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
always.
Yeah, but.
If it needed to be separated from that, we would just get consensus from the council to separate it out, which I don't think would be an issue.
I think that however.
If you're okay with all that.
I think that, yes, idealistically to go together is good, but we also have to be careful of the Brown Act because now we have 3 council members on a trip advocating.
Yes,
so
that'll need to be taken into consideration.
Right. I mean, I'd love all 5 of us to go advocate, right? I mean.
We have appointments on different days and different times. Yeah. Anyhow.
I'd like to call for the question.
Thank you. So do you have the motion clear, Kimberly?
Let's reread
as
that.
mud?
Yes, I believe we do.
Type it. Type. Are we voting?
I think she's.
Yep.
So the motion is to have the Southwest Riverside County Higher Education as a miscellaneous, similar to like the Southwest Advocacy. And we will ensure that staff time does not exceed the current allotted time, and any advocacy trips will be combined with any other advocacy trips when possible. And if needed, we will get consensus for council for any additional ones. Is that correct?
And who wants to be an alternate? Thank you.
So are you like that?
Yeah.
Motion carries 3-1 with Lavelle dissenting.
There's one more. Yeah, it's a secret.
And also we need to
No,
appoint.
I'm kidding. It's not a secret. It's the RC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, but we also
wanna
need
do the
to,
appointments
we
first?
also need to do appointments.
Okay.
Just it's
Appointments
whatever,
before that
it's
one.
the pleasure of how the order you would like to do it.
All right. Let's do appointments. I'll save the secret for last. I'm kidding. It's a funny 9 p.m. joke. It's not a secret. It's the RCHCHA.
Oh.
Okay. The first one we talked about was what? The equestrian.
Just looking at the top.
Okay.
We go in there first?
Madam City Clerk, how would you like to do the appointments?
Well, if we can just do consensus and then we can do a vote. So what I'm gathering is the Equestrian Center, that's been, it would be a DeForest and Holiday. Those are the only two that requested appointment.
Sold.
I'll motion.
Okay, and we'll just gain consensus if that's okay.
Okay.
If there's no objection. Toward Murrieta, I have Stone and Lavelle.
Yes.
Sounds like that's good. Southwest Riverside County Higher Education Miscellaneous, I have DeForest.
And you need
there
an
is
alternate, right?
Oh, and sorry about that, Councilmember Warren would be the alternate.
I would like to be the alternate if that's okay with council.
Yeah.
And then what we have is the ballot measure. Oh, what's the other one? The ballot measure will return in June, and the downtown design guidelines will be brought back at a later date. So if we have consensus on that, we can just, if somebody could just make a main motion and a second on those appointments.
A motion from Councilwoman DeForest and a second from Mr. Holliday.
It's like a workshop. Yeah. To eat it.
And as you're voting, Mr. Mayor, then you can move on to the other subcommittees, city affiliated.
So I'll
Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm almost asleep. The Councilwoman DeForest, this is probably, I think you and I had a brief discussion on this. The RCHCA, the Riverside County Habitat Conservative Agency, exists, our participation exists for a certain reason. And I think that scope or the goal has been completed.
It has not.
It has not.
It does not.
Okay, can we define what it is now currently, just so I'm clear? I don't even know where this question came from, but it was the kangaroo rat?
Yeah, it is, but well, it's moved off the endangered species. It's still, I think it is still critical, but the habitat has to be maintained. And that's what the RCHCA is doing. It's past my pay grade.
Here we go. What you got?
Don't get too excited. So currently, just for your guys' reference, a joint powers authority agency comprised of Riverside County cities for acquisition, administration, operation, and maintenance of land and facilities for ecosystem conservation and habitat reserves. That is the current purpose.
Not just a kangaroo rat.
The kangaroo rat was
delisted.
Yes. Yes.
But they're now looking at the bumblebee habitat and other.
Okay, we'll stay involved. I thought that the goal was completed and I could have checked that off the complete list, so never mind. I will remove my question now due to the clarity. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'm really hungry also. That's it. That's all the talk we have. Madam City Clerk, are you going to take this from down there? You want to? The reconsideration?
Madam Deputy City Clerk.
Yeah. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
Any council member who voted on the prevailing side of the original motion may move a reconsideration to consider new information or correct inadvertent errors on a non-public hearing item at the same or the next meeting. At this time, are there any requests from the City Council for reconsideration? Seeing none.
Thank you. We're going to go. Can you go ahead and take over the add a request as well?
Now is the time for council member requests to add or withdraw items to future agendas. There will be no discussion on the request. A brief explanation of the request may be given. The merit of the items being requested may not be discussed or debated. Are there any city council requests?
Thank you very much. Nothing. And finally, the non-agendized public comment for closed session.
Seeing no public comments, and if I can go over the closed session items.
Yes, please.
CS1, conference with labor negotiators. The City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with the city manager, assistant city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, and the city's negotiators regarding labor negotiations with the Murrieta Police Officers Association, the Murrieta Police Management Association, Murrieta Firefighters Association, and the Murrieta Fire Management Association. CS2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 because there is significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to closed session. Well, welcome back. We are back from closed session. Madam City Attorney, can you please provide a report out from the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session on 3 items. The first was to confer with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The City Council was updated and asked questions and gave direction to staff. The City Council then met in closed session on 2 matters where there was exposure to litigation. In 2 cases, Councilmember DeForest was only participating in one of those closed sessions. In both of those items, Council was updated and asked questions, no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. This meeting's now adjourned. Oh, wait.
Sorry, just for the record, Councilmember DeForest was not present due to a recusal.
Yeah, I recused myself from item number 2.
Due to owning property?
Due to owning property, 1,000 foot.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we are adjourned. You all have a great night.